Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. For all our guests who are still outside, may we request you to come back to the room. We will begin our program shortly. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome back. I hope you have been able to enjoy your lunch. We do have free-flowing coffee, so have as much coffee as you can. There is still a lot of sessions and information this afternoon that we will be hearing from different participants. And then to start off this afternoon's discussion, our next session will spotlight the critical contributions of the Philippine SE Roadmap's cooperative subsector. They will be discussing how important the organizing the National Union of Cooperatives, which will aim to systematically push for Philippine cooperatives education and advocacy programs. We're honored to have a lineup of esteemed leaders from the cooperative sector who will share their insights and initiatives. This afternoon session will be moderated by the subsector representative facilitator. She is a graduate of the Masters in Entrepreneurship in Social Enterprise Development and a member as well of SAPSE. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Ms. Rachel Carlos.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I know some of you are still eating, so go ahead. Just don't sleep on us, I hope. There's coffee and refreshments at the back, so I hope you get comfortable while we do our first session. So for today's session, we'll talk about the cooperatives. A while ago, Father Anton mentioned about what's happening in the cooperative sector. That is, we're building and strengthening the union system. So I guess we just want to explore more on that topic and discuss it. So with me are the following panelists. Of course, I want to do proper justice in introducing Father Anton. So Father Anton Pascual is a dedicated Catholic priest and influential leader in the cooperative movement, currently serving as a chairperson of the Union of Metro Manila Cooperatives and holding board positions in the Philippine Cooperative Center and Cooperative Union of Taguig and Pateros. His roles extend to secondary business cooperatives where he chairs Metro South Cooperative Bank and one CISP. He also holds leadership positions in primary cooperatives including Sambayanan in Maria MPC, Solidaritas Credit Cooperative, and Caritas Labora Workers Cooperative, highlighting his commitment to empowering communities through cooperative development. So, besides that, he also serves as the executive director of Caritas Foundation. He also has a master's in development management at the Asian Institute of Management. He has so many things in this bio note, but I think it just shows how his work in the cooperatives and NGO goes as far as his career. And so I'd like to welcome Father Anton Pascual as the first panelist for this session. Besides Father Anton, we also have Ray. So Ray has 3 years in the cooperative sector, working with Philippine Cooperative Center. No, he's also part of the technical working group of the National Union of Cooperatives, and he has more to explain in later sessions. So I'd like to welcome Ray Santiago. And then we also have Mr. Inocencio Malapit or Sir Nonong. So Sir Nonong has been with CDA since 1995 and he's currently the Supervising Cooperative Development Specialist under the Registration Division in the head office. So a round of applause also for Sir Nonong. And we also have another esteemed panelist. He Lee, who's joining online. I'm not sure if he's already in the Zoom, but I guess like the technical team is working on it. But let me also introduce Balu Iyer. So Mr. Balu Iyer is the Regional Director for International Cooperative Alliance in the Asia Pacific. So ICA is like the global development agency for all cooperatives. So ICA advances cooperative social enterprise model and provides a global voice and forum for cooperatives. Balu brings strong management and operational credentials in strategic planning and so on. He has also worked with numerous international organizations. So we hope that he could join later on. But for now, I guess we'll focus first in the Philippine context, and then later on, when Sir Balu arrives or joins us in online, we can talk about more on the regional perspective. I don't know where I could sit, but maybe I could sit here. Okay. I guess we could start. I think Father Anton or Ray can provide more info on the NUC. A while ago, Father Anton, you discussed a bit of it, but maybe we can have a few more minutes to explain the context behind NUC, why you're building NUC when there is already like a strong cooperative movement in the Philippines.
Okay, so as I mentioned this morning, CDA is here, Sir Nono, Cooperative Development Authority. The cooperatives in the Philippines is not under SAC, it is not under the Security and Exchange Commission, it is under Cooperative Development Authority. And so far, according to their statistics, so to date, there are 20,000 cooperative organizations nationwide with around 12 million individual members. That's a force, no? Primary cooperatives, heavily credit cooperatives, no? 90%, although there are consumer cooperatives, agri cooperatives, no? And there are around 200 unions and federations. The problem is there is no leadership, there is no unity. That's why you don't feel the impact of the cooperative as a whole, no? That's why we are attempting, the cooperative leaders are attempting to unite the cooperative, because that is the very essence of cooperativism, to be united in solidarity, no? Like what I saw in Mondragon cooperatives, they are so united. No? They're so united, the 81 cooperatives, and their common word is solidarity. There is only one bank, there is only one insurance, there is only one supermarket chain. Everything is united. No, one for all and all for one. And that is what we want to attain in the Philippines. No, they say we're too fragmented in the Philippines, regionalistic in the Philippines, but we still hope that the cooperative culture, which is rooted in our cooperative identity, our values and principles, can bring us together. Culture is very important in every organization, especially in the SE, no? The culture of the organization. And for us, the culture of cooperativism is rooted in our identity, the values and principle of cooperativism. And that is what we want to bring together, no, under the National Union of Cooperatives, no, to unify all of us, one vision, no, one set of values and one direction, in order to help the poor help themselves in our country that is inclusive, sustainable, and faithful to the cooperative identity. NUC. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess Father Anton, before when I was starting in the sector, there were I would hear a lot that cooperatives are not social enterprises, or cooperatives are sometimes social enterprises. Maybe we could like have a few minutes also to talk about that. In your position, do you think cooperatives are social enterprises, and in what way are they similar from other social enterprises, and in what way are they also unique?
Thank you, Rich. Yeah, we would like to correct that. My understanding before is we are a social enterprise with an ideology, because we have our own sets of values and principles. But we were corrected. We were corrected by the European co-ops, and they told us cooperative is not a social enterprise. We are not a social enterprise. We are a cooperative enterprise. Okay, what's the difference? No, in our understanding, in SE, whatever the income derived from our social business will go back to our services. No? It is not distributed to owners. There is no ownership in a social enterprise. No? It goes back to the services, to the people that we want to help themselves. But in the cooperative, always be aware, there are owners. There are owners in the cooperative. All the members of the cooperative are owners. They have their share capital, they put their investment, and at the end of the year, they expect a return in their investment, which we call interest on share capital, what used to be called dividends. No? And that's a major difference between a social enterprise and a cooperative enterprise. No? In the cooperative enterprise, basically 70% of our net surplus is plowed back as interest on share capital or dividends and patronage fund. With regards to social enterprise, I have a social enterprise, whatever income we get, no, it goes back to our scholarship program, helping our micro-entrepreneurs, no, to even raise the bar of their entrepreneurship. No? So that's a major difference between a social enterprise and a cooperative enterprise. That was told us by the European co-ops. Yeah. So there's a business enterprise, corporation, there is the cooperative enterprise, and in the middle, we have the social enterprise.
So I think, like, at least suffice to say, we can say that cooperatives are really enterprises in such a way that they do business. And sometimes they are called cooperative enterprise to highlight the cooperative identity and the values and principles of cooperatives. And I guess like my next question, and maybe I could direct this to Ray because he's the research specialist in PCC and he has been deeply involved in the technical working groups of NUC. Why do you think like it's important that cooperative ideology education is incorporated in NUC, and why do you think the sector needs that?
So actually, to highlight Sir Nono here also, I think on the most minimum, we need to have deeper ideological and values and principle understanding for one, compliance. Research states that most of non-confirming or non-performing cooperatives often do lack the ideological background, the values and principles. Of course, this is not their fault. There is a space for learning for everyone. This is what we should inculcate with them. And as Father Anton mentioned a while ago, values and principles should be the root of any enterprise, not even just cooperatives, but every other else. That's why we give premium as with education as the purpose of NUC. Because we see that it's one of the major concerns for one, compliance with our governing body, with Cooperative Development Agency, Authority, sorry. Also, there is this term that we call mission drifting. This was a research conducted by ICA, wherein cooperatives now, due to the lack of deeper understanding for their identity, for their culture and values and principles, they drift away from being cooperatives. They compete, they became aggressive, but that is not what is at heart of cooperatives. You defeat the purpose of being a cooperative, that you cooperate with each other, that you put in premium the needs of your members or your communities. That's why there should be more highlight with that. No? Without your values and principles, without an organization assisting with the education, preferably free or of service, there will be difficulty on maintaining your enterprise or maintaining your identity as a cooperative.
Okay. So I guess like the cooperative ideology education is really important to be able to stress among cooperative leaders the importance of identity while maintaining the business sustainability, balancing both of them together as you manage the business.
But there is a challenge for us, no? Because cooperatives, according to CDA, we are categorized with micro, small, medium, and large. No? The problem with micro and small, the danger that we would like to avoid is they tend to be dependent on government for donations, grants, no, discount, no, and that is a violation of the very identity of the cooperative, which is self-help. That is our value. You stand on your own. You don't ask donations. That's NGO. You don't ask grants. That's NGO. Because I'm also in the NGO. And NGO is very conscious of grants and donations, not a cooperative. Self-help, value number 1. Self-responsibility, value number 2. That's why the identity is very crucial. On the extreme, these are the big ones. There are also institutional cooperatives. There's community cooperative in a community, in a barangay, and there's also institutional. Institutional is a cooperative inside a corporation or inside a military group, no? They call it institutional cooperative. The danger with institutional cooperative, they tend to be more corporate because they're big, they are rich, no? And they are successful. They don't practice principle number 6, cooperation among cooperatives. They don't care about other cooperatives, no? There is no solidarity with other cooperatives. Look at Mondragon, 81 cooperatives, solid, one direction, one vision. No? Kaya when you look at your internet, they call themselves Mondragon cooperatives. You can never see the name of the other 81 cooperative. They will not mention the name. When you talk to them, it's Mondragon cooperatives. We are always one. Solidarity. One bank, one insurance, one school, one supermarket chain. That's the power of cooperativism when they are in solid. But in the extreme, with institutional cooperatives, with due respect, no, they don't participate in cooperation among cooperatives. They don't. So that's the danger. No, that's the danger in the extreme. Some are corporation in disguise, and the other one is NGO in disguise because they don't have the cooperative identity. Get it? Yeah, see? Thank you.
Maybe we would like to recognize Mr. Balu Iyer, who's already here joining us online. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear us? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Maybe we could invite you already. So a while ago, before you joined, we were just talking about the importance, or maybe the challenges in the Philippines and the need to set up the NUC. But maybe in your perspective, would you like to give us samples or examples or illustrations in the Asia Pacific that have challenges similar to what we're experiencing here, and maybe what did they do to be able to strengthen and build their union system as we are doing the same here in the Philippines?
Able to hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. The village and
Okay,
yeah,
I'm not sure if it's
have the
his internet or our audio.
Indians.
Okay. Maybe the tech team could troubleshoot first. I'm not sure if it's Mr. Iyer's internet connection or our audio that's
Suppose
challenging.
hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, but I think the audio in the conference room is a bit static. Please hold on to
Okay.
that thought, sir. We'll try to figure it out, and then maybe we can bring you in so that when you share your experiences, it will be more audible for the group.
Sure.
And then the tech team could just let me know if it's better. Okay. So maybe in the interest of time, we can go back to the Philippine setting. So, Father Anton, I wanted to circle back into what you were saying, highlighting the need for cooperative ideology education, because the SE roadmap also has that objective in terms of aligning the understanding of Filipinos about social enterprises. So maybe like and of course, the National Union of Cooperatives has that education and advocacy objectives. So, in your opinion, like how can the SE roadmap support NUC in that shared objective?
Perhaps the SE roadmap can help us because we need technical help, no? Like the Bayan BFF, the Bayan Family Foundation, we really made a partnership with them because they are very good in research, no? They're very good in training. They're very good in conceptualizing. We need that in the cooperative sector. The partnership of the co-op with NGO and social enterprises and corporations also. You have something that we can learn much, no? Like we benchmark with good NGOs, no? We need a lot of help in the corporate sector. But what is important for us is to be conscious of our identity. No, we are business organization, but we need to be conscious of our identity. For example, our favorite senator, Amy Marcos, no, who is the Senate chairperson for cooperatives. She told me, Father Anton, I have 100 million pesos for the cooperative. 100 million pesos. No? I want to help the cooperative. 100 million. So what do you plan to do that? No? As a politician, are you going to donate to the cooperatives this 100 million? Sabi ko, you are going to destroy the cooperative. No? We are not an NGO. You don't donate to us. No? The best thing that you can do, we will borrow it. Zero interest. We will give it to us, the 100 million. Zero interest. We will put that in our cooperative bank. No? And we will lend it to our cooperatives. And we will report to you what happened to your 100 million. Don't give it to us like we are an NGO or a PO. We are a cooperative. We are a self-help organization. We are business organization. We are not mendicants. So far, she did not get back to me. Okay, no, okay. I'll get back to our senator anyway.
Okay, so I think that I like what Father Anton said, that a lot of the SE roadmap actors have resources and expertise in benchmarking, in fundraising, in research and education. We also have the academe subsector who has state universities and colleges all over the Philippines who are part of this SE roadmap. And I think they can also help us because BFF alone won't be able to do that, but at least we have so many partners who can also provide similar support to NUC and the cooperatives out there. And maybe I could also direct that question to Sir Nonong. No? So, Sir Nonong, I know it's your first time meeting the SE roadmap, but SE roadmap is composed of a vast network of NGOs, schools, universities, MSMEs, people's associations, corporations, who can also help CDA in your development mandate. And in your opinion, sir, what do you think can the SE roadmap actors help CDA in fulfilling that mandate?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam. Yes, this is my first time to meet all of you, and I'm a little bit nervous being a provinciano from the rugged mountains of the Cordillera. Firstly, I would just like to greet you. Good morning. Welcome to the Developmental and Regulatory Supervision of Cooperatives by CDA. Why am I greeting you good morning? Good morning because in cooperatives, the sun never sets on cooperative discussion. From the rising of the sun to the setting down, cooperative discussion never ends. Unlike corporation, when you discuss in the morning corporations, at the end of the day, when you divide your profits and dividends, that ends the story. But for cooperative, it is cyclical. It starts all over again because developmental never ends. Cooperatives, the SE roadmap could help cooperatives a lot, could help CDA in our developmental and regulatory framework. Number one, with the registration of the National Union of Cooperative, it changes the landscape of cooperativism because union is one of the hallmarks for the stability and development of cooperatives. Cooperative development can never push through and be sustained without unions. Why? Because unions are the umbrella organization of the various cooperatives. Under the regulatory setup presented and by the way, cooperatives are highly regulated. It is regulated by Republic Act 9520, otherwise known as the Philippine Cooperative Code. So every actions of the cooperative are being monitored. Unlike in other jurisdictions where there is complete autonomy, where there are no laws, and they do a lot of things. But the beauty of our regulation is that they can be redirected if there are some which goes astray. Per definition, with due respect to the European concept that cooperatives are not a social enterprise, we beg to disagree. CDA begs to disagree. Why? Because per definition of cooperative, it is an autonomous and duly registered persons who, with a common bond of interest, who have voluntarily joined together to achieve their, number one, social, economic, and cultural aspirations by contributing equitably to the capital required and patronizing their products and services in accordance with the what? Universally accepted principles. Under the regulatory framework of CDA, and as provided by law, the goal of cooperative is human development. When you develop human, you develop the individual, you develop the family. When you develop the family, you develop the community. It is said that when you develop or save one individual, you save civilization because it is the core. Now, under the cooperative principles, universal, and most of you know, Father Anton and my colleague here, Ray, and others, cooperative principles, what does it say? It is the 7 principles that binds cooperative together. It says voluntary and open membership, number 1. Number 2, democratic member control. Number 3, member economic participation, leading to number 4, autonomy and independence. Then it leads on to number 5, which says education, information, and training, which individuals need. Then it transforms into cooperation among cooperatives. Lastly, it comes now to the concern for community. Social enterprise begins with the individual. It ends with the transformation and development of the community. Cooperatives plays a significant role. On that aspect, cooperatives as social enterprise. The social enterprise roadmaps helps CDA in strengthening our cooperative movements, especially the film. To tell you the truth, there is some aversion, resistance of some primary cooperatives to join unions and federations. Why? Because apparently there is insufficient assistance that they are giving. To give you a framework, the framework of the cooperative setup is that there is this primary cooperatives, then it moves on to secondary cooperatives, then tertiary. A primary cooperative is a cooperative whose composition are the members. That is the primary cooperative. It moves on to secondary, which is an aggregation of primary cooperatives. And there are 2 types, the federation and union. A federation is involved in business, while a union is not. It is an umbrella of cooperatives wherein it advocates, promotes, and develops cooperatives. As I have said, there is some aversion because apparently there is not much support or activity that they provide for the member primary. Now, under the NUC, it changes the landscape by strengthening cooperatives, ensuring that the advocacy, the promotion, and development would be strengthened. So the roadmap would enable primary cooperatives, encourage cooperatives to become members of unions. So that what Father Anton was saying, that there are 20,000, we look forward that they will become members of all unions. In fact, we have a memorandum circular we issued to encourage primary cooperatives to join unions. And it is a very important aspect. Secondly, the roadmap, the SE roadmap could help our primary cooperatives who are members of union by providing markets of their products, avenues. They have products, but the problem is market. They will facilitate the market and transfer these products into profits. As I said, it is cyclical. When there is profit, it goes back to social development. Then there is the community development. I'm sorry, it's a little bit long.
No, it's okay, Sir Nonong. I think what you're trying to say is that first is at least we're in this room to be able to have a better understanding of the structure in the union in the co-op system. I think that's number one. But I think what I got from you is that we should also patronize unions and federations in the same way that we are helping primary cooperatives. So if there's a way that we could encourage primary cooperatives to join unions and federations, that would be good. If we are training providers and we want to help the co-ops, maybe we can course those support to the unions and federations so they could be the one to mobilize the primary cooperatives, because as what we have been discussing, it is the role of the unions and federations to represent the cooperatives and to also provide the education programs for the primary cooperatives.
Because the mission is to build a cooperative economy vis-a-vis a corporate economy. Economy run by corporations, this one an economy run by cooperatives. No? That's why we need to build our unions and federation in order to build that cooperative economy. No? That we will meet the needs of our members and the poor, and in particular, inclusively, the cooperative way. We call it the cooperative way. Doing business the cooperative way. Not corporate way, not NGO way, but the cooperative way. Faithful to the identity of the cooperative.
Okay, Madam, if I may,
Okay.
briefly. Perhaps you will look also into the legal framework. Presently, the code which is governing the cooperatives, that is the Philippine cooperative, undergoing revision. And perhaps the SE roadmap could also look into the provision. You know, unions, it is a little bit at a disadvantage because it has no business and hence it has no inherent source of income. So perhaps there is a provision in our code, the CETF, Cooperative Education Training Fund, in which a certain percentage of the income, which we do not call income, but we call it net surplus, will be remitted to the federation or union to which they are members. Perhaps you can help to ensure that a larger portion of that will be directed at union, so that it will become, so that they will have a bigger base, so that from there they could have an advantage from the legal point of view. So perhaps the SE leadership could look into and be part in the discussion to see that the unions will have a better hand, so that they could have a better way in which they could assist their cooperatives and those who are, what do you call this, planning to establish cooperatives. CDA looks into a situation wherein cooperativism will be the primary driving force in the economic of our society.
Okay, thanks, Sir Nonong. I think the audio is okay, and then we can call on Sir Balu. Sir Balu, I just want to go back to my previous question on sharing your perspective in the Asia and Pacific. If there are other countries in mind that have also experienced similar challenges in terms of building the union system and what they did in order to combat those challenges. Maybe you can share it with us. Yes, we can hear you better.
Before I answer your question, let me just build on what Father Anton Raswal and Mr. Malapit just said, that cooperatives are the first form of social enterprise. In fact, 180 years back, in 1844, a group of 28 people in Rochdale, England, came together to form the Rochdale Society of Equitable Finance. And they work on the basis of a set of principles that emphasize democratic governance, fair pricing, equitable distribution of profits. And this has been the foundation on which cooperatives have built themselves. The cooperative identity, which was mentioned by Father Prasad, and the International Cooperative Alliance was formed 129 years back in 1895 and is the custodian of the statement of cooperative identity, which includes the definition of what a cooperative is, the values, and the principles. We talked a lot about principles, but we also should remember that values are equally important. And the ICA has been systematically looking into the principles and seeing how they can be refined and updated to meet the current and emerging trends. So we have been providing regular guidance on the principles. And in fact, in 2015, we came out with a guidance note on the cooperative principles, which is available on our website. And in 2021, we organized a conference, the Congress, in fact, the Congress in Seoul, which focused on the identity to get inputs from members how the identity could be strengthened. And very shortly, we should be releasing the report on what that cooperatives are talking about in terms of identity, and we make sure that it stays relevant and meets our current needs. And the fact that the cooperatives are well recognized can be seen that from the membership of the ICA. We have members from more than 109 countries, 109 members from 3 million cooperatives worldwide. Together represent a billion members, billion cooperatives worldwide. And coming to your question on federations, yes, and unions, and Mr. Malapit had made the distinction saying how are federations different from unions. So in the Asia Pacific region, we have 100 members from 29 countries. Of these, we have 15 countries that have unions, but they are also known by different ways. Some call themselves alliance, some league, some council, and others union, and some even federation. Let me give examples from some 3 or 4 countries to give you a sense of what that the members of ICA have been doing. In Singapore, we have the Singapore National Cooperative Federation, which is an umbrella organization. They are very much involved in bringing their members together, in looking at how do we enhance awareness about cooperatives with the public, how do we ensure the members are trained, and also how do we advocate. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, SNCF helped cooperatives pivot effectively by offering new grants and institutional support, and also digitization support. And they were also very successful in being able to work with the government to look at how membership in the cooperatives can be reduced. Earlier it was, I think, 15 or 20, but they got the numbers down so that it could be much easier for cooperatives to be formed. In Nepal, we have the National Cooperative Federation of Nepal. They were formed in 1993. And they also, again, bring together more than 13,000 cooperatives under their umbrella. And they have been very successful in ensuring that cooperatives have been recognized as the third pillar in their constitution. So the constitution recognizes the public sector, the private sector, and cooperatives. So cooperatives have a prime place. And NCF has also been very actively working with the UN in their country to ensure that cooperatives figure in the sustainable development goals. And more particularly, they have put certain measurement parameters on which cooperatives can be measured. So it is mandatory on the government statistical agency to monitor these performance. So in that way, they've been able to integrate cooperatives in the sustainable development goals. In Australia, we have the Business Council of Cooperatives and Mutuals, and they were formed in 2012 when we had the first International Year of Cooperative. And I'm sure you all are aware that 2025 has been declared as the International Year of Cooperative. So it gives us a great opportunity to see how we can promote and leverage cooperatives in 2025. BCCM has been very successful in making sure that cooperatives have recognized along with other business structures in the country. Earlier, cooperatives were not really looked at as business enterprise, but BCCM has successfully lobbied to make sure that cooperatives are also recognized as business structures. And they have also formed a parliamentary Friends of Cooperatives and Mutual so that there is active support in the parliament for cooperatives. And BCCM also played a very important part in the G20. In the B20 task force, for the first time, cooperatives were included in the task force and they were able to enhance the visibility of cooperatives. Finally, in Japan, we have the Japan Cooperative Alliance, which was formed in 2018. And they are looking to see how they can promote intercooperation, make policy proposals, and provide education to their members. So I'm very hopeful that the National Union of Cooperatives in the Philippines, which was formed in 2021, will be able to build on and make sure that it brings cooperatives together and be able to enhance their visibility. And there are 5 areas where I think the success or challenges have been overcome. One is the government plays a very important part. So we need, and how does that matter? Because we need good policy, need a good legal framework, we need an enabling environment, and this is something that the government can support cooperatives. We need to have a good structure in place, and so it's incumbent on the union or federation to ensure that they are well represented so that they can get the scale and reach and use that as an opportunity to be able to advocate and lobby with the government. We also need, unions also need to ensure that they are autonomous. And Father Anton Pascual mentioned about the representative offering 100 million pesos for corporate. But that again would bring us into more control. So we need to see how we can be financially and operationally autonomous. And that then is important that we have many cooperatives who are part of the union are also able to contribute and ensure that the autonomous structure is maintained. Support is something which the unions need to do in terms of advocacy, education and training and engagement of members. And I think this for me is crucial. And this is where the principle 5 of cooperatives come in terms of education and training. And equally important is how do we inform the public about what cooperatives are and the role that we play. So the unions have a very important role to play in that. Again, we can't work in silos. That's something which cooperatives have in many countries. We tend to work in our own silos, but we need to see how we can enhance partnership with the private sector, with the CSO, with donors. And this again is an important role for the unions to play. And finally, I think unions have an important role to promote the culture and identity of cooperatives and also see how we can be innovative. And how we can be innovative in terms of processes, in terms of products to ensure that we are able to not only meet the needs of members, but also able to enhance the visibility and increase the awareness of cooperatives.
Thank you, Sir Balu. Such wise words and advice from ICA. It's really reassuring to hear that at least in the legal definition, we're on the same track already. And it's nice to hear that there are actual stories that are happening in our neighboring countries. And hopefully, we'll also be able to do the same here in the Philippines. I think we have a question.
Yes, we do have a couple of questions. First is a question from one of our online participants. May I ask the panelists if the cultural values, models, and principles of social enterprise and cooperative missions can be merged to create a greater impact for the benefits of the community and those involved.
May I invite the panelists who want to
The
answer?
commonality is we are both social entrepreneurs. We have to push the business agenda. Now, without the business agenda, without having that entrepreneurial mindset, we are not a social enterprise. We are just an NGO. And if we're not, if we're not entrepreneurial in the cooperative, then we are not a cooperative. No? That's what is common for the social enterprise and the cooperative enterprise. We have to be entrepreneurial. First and foremost, in our mindset. Because I am an NGO leader. At the same time, I am a social entrepreneur. I know the difference. When I'm in the NGO, I ask for donations and grants. But if I'm in the cooperative, I will never ask for donation and grant. When I'm in my social enterprise, I will never ask donation and grant. Give me business. Let's do business. That is what is common with the social enterprise and the cooperative enterprise. But of course, there is something more unique with the cooperative enterprise. It has an ideology. And perhaps we can learn from the powerful ideology of the cooperative enterprise that is universally accepted, no, under the ICA. As a matter of fact, I remember, was it 2020 in South Korea when ICA having a global gathering in South Korea, the theme is deepening the cooperative identity. That's the thing, deepening the cooperative identity. There's really an identity in the cooperative. It's very unique in the cooperative movement. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then I think there's one more
There's
question.
one more question, one last question for the entire panel. Why is it so difficult to form a single federation of cooperatives in the Philippines?
Yeah. Well, because of the nature of the federation, because the federation, the cooperatives come, the primaries, as our dear Nono said, no, you form a federation because you want to expand a particular line of business. Like credit cooperatives, the primary credit cooperatives. We want to have our own bank. A bank is a kind of federation, no? Owned by cooperatives, primary cooperatives. Like if you want to have a consumer cooperative, we would like to build a chain of supermarket, like Eroski, no? In Spain, 6,000 outlets. Imagine that, bigger than SM and all our corporate retail company, no? It is owned by cooperatives, no? Like an agri-federation, owned by agri-co-ops, no? Now, of course, we have a special kind of federation like cooperative insurance. It's a federation owned by primary cooperatives. Yun, no? We can have insurance, we can have a bank. Now we're building our digital, we have a one cooperative tech, no? Cooperative pay, no? It is a secondary cooperative. We will push that technology, the digital technology. It is owned by cooperatives. Yeah. And now we're trying to, we are applying in CDA, Divine Mercy, Memorial Services Federation. Its expertise is death care expert. When you die, the cooperative will take care of you. Death care expert, like St. Peter in the Philippines. No? That's why you form a federation, because you want to expand a particular business, like in India. I remember India, when the chairman of the Cooperative Union of India came to the Philippines, they told us in India, they formed 21 federations in order to penetrate the 21 industry in India. In the 21 industry in India, they organized a federation, no, for finance, for credit, for agri, like that. So that's why there are many different federations, depending upon the business expansion that you would like to penetrate in the community.
Thank you for your response, Father Anton. I think there's, Sir Balu, would you want to respond to that as well?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Just on the last question, as Father Anton Pascual mentioned, there are 21 federations in India, but all of them come under the National Cooperative Union of India.
Yeah.
So the union at that level plays an important role in having to bring together the federations and also those who are not part of it, so that you can leverage on the scale. I think that's where when we talk about even in the Philippines having, I don't know, 18,000 or 20,000 cooperatives, or in India, we have over 800,000 cooperatives. If we have to leverage these numbers and if we have to leverage the scale, then it's very important that we are unified. And that's a role that the union can play. And once you have those numbers, then you can more confidently go to the government or any policy maker and be able to show the reach and the scale that you have, and to be able to show that you are representing and you're talking for the interest of your members. And then it becomes much more easier if we want to change policies or we want to ensure an enabling framework. So it is very important to see how we can strengthen the union and in the process be able to strengthen our representation.
Thank you, Sir Balu. And I think that's the time that we have for today's session. Thank you all for listening. Thank you, Sir Balu, for joining us online. We appreciate your presence. And thank you also for my co-panelists.
Madam, can I just have a last statement? One last
Okay,
one.
okay, go ahead, go ahead.
The SE roadmap plays a substantial role in the development of our cooperatives, especially in the unions. But there is just one personal and official appeal that I will have in this inclusion in this SE group. Then we take a look at indigenous cooperatives. These are indigenous who are in the marginalized sector. They need to be streamlined because of their uniqueness of their culture, uniqueness of their practice. They should be also mainstream. And perhaps the SE roadmap could include development and inclusion of these indigenous cooperatives into society. So in behalf of CDA, especially Assistant Secretary Sam Ginomla, CDA is grateful for being a part of this very timely and significant discussion and forum. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I would like to request everyone to remain seated as we hand out your certificate. We will have our photo session so that we can include Sir Balu with the picture.
Sir Balu, smile.
Letter C is cooperative. Letter C is cooperative.
Thank you, Rach, and all our panelists for your time and efforts in making this session a success. Okay, with one last photo opportunity with the four of you with your certificates. Okay, thank you very much once again. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Okay, for our next segment, we will shift focus to the Philippine Philippine SE Roadmap's NGO subsector in presenting its efforts in harnessing social and solidarity economy, particularly in Quezon City. The session will explore impactful programs led by NGO leaders who are driving social and economic transformation at the community level. This session will be moderated by the President of the Society for the Advancement of Professional Social Entrepreneurs. But other than being president, he is also a social entrepreneur himself, being the co-founder and CEO of Palamigan Co., a social enterprise that produces micro ice pads or cold chain solutions. Sorry, let me correct myself. Cold chain solutions to communities. He is also an adjunct professor at the Ateneo Graduate School of Business and a graduate of the Masters in Entrepreneurship and Social Enterprise Development. Let us all welcome Mr. Rodmark Bariga.
Thank you again, man. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon again. So it's my pleasure to be the moderator for the next discussion that we'll have. And allow me, and if you'll also be kind enough to help me welcome our discussants for today. So our first discussant is Jed Dakawi, the Administrative Officer of the QC Public Employment Service Office. Jed Dakawi is a dedicated advocate for equity, equality, inclusivity, and diversity with over 15 years of experience promoting community empowerment through government and local initiatives. He currently serves as program manager for the Social Solidarity Economy launched in Quezon City, focusing on inclusive economic practices. His role at the QC Public Employment Service Office includes proposal development, initiating new projects, and supporting workers' associations. Well regarded for his development planning work in marginalized sectors, notably in gender and PWD issues, JED is committed to building inclusive and resilient communities. Our next discussant is the chairperson of the HomeNet Multipurpose Cooperative, Ms. Tish Vito Cruz de Vera. Tish is an advocate for social enterprise and gender development, holding significant roles in the NGO and cooperative sectors. Since May 2023, she has served as the alternate representative of the NGO subsector co-coordinator for the National Social Enterprise Development Roadmap. Tish is also deeply involved in promoting the social solidarity economy, actively participating as a training pool member for both HomeNet Philippines and Quezon City's Peso eNet since June of 2022. In addition, she chairs the HomeNet Multipurpose Cooperative and has been a gender and development consultant for the Tagalwanan Women Weavers Association since 2012. Tish has presented a recent paper titled The HomeNet Producers Cooperative Towards Economic Empowerment of Women Home-Based Workers, delivered at a conference in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Her extensive training includes social enterprise management and specialized courses on engendering social solidarity economy through the University Center for Women and Gender Studies and Asian Solidarity Economy Council. These experiences underline her dedication to empowering women, supporting social enterprises, and advancing sustainable development through community-based solutions. And last but not the least, definitely, our third discussant is the Communications Officer of ASEC, Paul Kasuga. Paul is a community development worker with over 30 years of experience in both international and local NGOs. He has extensive expertise in community organizing, training, and research. Additionally, he leverages his artistic talent to create engaging reading materials and training manuals that are enjoyable to read and easy to understand, including comics that simplify development concepts for community members. Paul holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration and currently serves as a Communications Officer for ASEC Asia. He is also a training consultant for ArmDev Incorporated and a volunteer trainer for HomeNet Philippines. So again, let's give a warm round of applause for our discussants. I will be sitting with you. Before our session today, I was trying to gather all our discussants, and I was pleasantly surprised because all of them are nervous. But I told them it will be an easy and the crowd, an easy panel session, and the crowd will of course be alert, alive, and enthusiastic for you guys. So maybe a brief background before we go ahead with our discussion. So our title is Asian Solidarity Economy Council Program to Strengthen SSE in Quezon City. And hopefully we can discuss this afternoon about the various initiatives of the QCLGU and its network of public agencies and private organizations, and of ASEC and its network of organizations and POs that strengthen and support SE and SSE entities and advocacies and the specific SDGs that are being addressed by these initiatives. Hopefully, we can also discuss about the partnership of the QCLGU and ASEC and its affiliates and how it upholds the tenets of SSE for the benefits of the Q citizens, as Mayor Joy mentioned earlier. Lastly, hopefully we can also discuss about the partnership of QCLGU and the ASEC that can hopefully pave the way for other Philippine corporations, institutions, and organizations to join the SE roadmap and advocate for SE and SSE initiatives towards nation building. Okay, so maybe I can call on each one of you, and maybe I can start with Sir Jed first. And can you tell us a bit about what you do in your organization as well? I think Sir Jed prepared a deck for us to help you discuss. Okay.
We also have the omnibus slide, sir.
Oh, okay. Wait, I'm going ahead. I'm sorry. Before we get into that, Sir Jed also prepared, the Office of Sir Jed prepared a 2-minute video to show everybody and try to explain what's happening now between QC and ASEC. So if you can play the video, please. Thank you.
Our world is facing unprecedented social, economic, and environmental challenges. Our time for making meaningful changes is now. With only 5 years remaining, nearly 200 countries are striving to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals aimed at ending poverty, protecting our planet, and ensuring peace and prosperity by 2030. The United Nations and the International Labour Organization have called on countries to adopt social solidarity economy and help build economies that serve people and the planet. But SSE is more than an economic framework. It's a blueprint for building a supportive ecosystem where no one is left behind. Leading the way in championing SSE in Asia is the Asian Solidarity Economy Council. In the Philippines, advocates like HomeNet Philippines, a broad coalition of organizations representing home-based and informal economy workers, and leaders like Quezon City's Mayor Joy Belmonte are at the forefront of this movement. Adhering to SSE values and principles, the Quezon City's Public Employment Service Office tackled the COVID-19 pandemic by promoting food security at the grassroots level. Soon after the UN General Assembly adopted the resolution promoting SSE for sustainable development, PESO launched the first SSE forum to connect with stakeholders. Aligned with the global principles provided by the ILO and with the guidance of ASEC, PESO not only advances social protection and just transition, but also advocates for the implementation of SSE in Quezon City. In the midst of a poly-crisis, embracing social solidarity economy becomes an urgent task. When communities, governments, and businesses that embody true social entrepreneurship work together, transformative change happens.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me, Sir Jed. That was a great video. Maybe we can go ahead, Sir Jed, and talk about what you do in PESO QC.
I prepared a slide. A slide deck to help me remember what I'm supposed to say. Okay. May I ask somebody? The slides? There. Okay. Here we have the role of Quezon City PESO in human development and transformative change. I'll be discussing the role of PESO only because tomorrow you'll be hearing from the other departments, from Kabahagi and from the SBC DPO, particularly for, for our project, which is Tatak SE Kabahagi Casa QC. So the PESO is the primary office that tackles workers' welfare, okay? So initially, the process was to focus on job placements, job referrals. We were working with the companies. When the COVID-19 hit, that thing or that process was no longer applicable. There were so many who lost their jobs, so we had to move into a different program. We worked with primarily with the Joy of Urban Farming on food security, going to the grassroots, teaching the communities to plant, to produce their own food. Okay, and this was done in at home. They were able. Some had what do you call this? Gardens at the rooftop. They have what do you call this? Vertical gardens, and of course there were also private organizations that supported, or private individuals who allowed the communities to make use of their lots as urban gardens. Okay, so this process with the communities taught us that it is employment is not just about jobs. We learned that it is about more than jobs. We are working on. They need security, they need support, and they need social protection. So PESO had to change its mission. It revised its mission to include, to become the primary department that provides full employment cycle and lifelong learning, which ensures social protection for the citizens, or they are what we call the Q citizens. Okay. So we started with the organizing of the communities, and the registration of workers' associations. We assisted them in developing in having their own groups. We assisted them in the registration with the Department of Labor and Education. At present, we have 646 total registered organizations or workers' associations. We have also other communities who are not yet registered with the Workers' Association. Take note that most of them are female. Okay? Most of the members are female, and most of these organizations or community organizations are female-led. Okay? We also introduced the Kapit Bahayan Savings, or the community social enterprise. This one, they have a box. The members of the community have a box, and they set aside a portion for savings, and they use that for loans in case they need it. They also make use of that in case there's a calamity that happens. Okay. This one, the proceeds from the loans and also their savings are distributed to them at the end of the year. Okay? But apart from that, they're also they are expected, or they're told that they may be able to make use of this savings for their community enterprise. Okay, because it's difficult to have an enterprise with very limited capital. So when they put their funds together, they're able to have their own businesses. Okay, then we have we advocate for SSE. As mentioned a while ago, we had the first SSE forum 3 days after the UN declaration. We also had the localizing sustainable growth, or the LGU People Partnership, and we have the Workers' Conference, and at present we have the SSE 101, wherein we're training members of the LGU and the parents of persons with disabilities learn about SSE, and we're hoping that we will have trainers among them. We are also working with ASEC in the terms of promoting social solidarity. Actually, these were all done with the help of ASEC through Sir Ben, with HomeNet Philippines, with and HomeNet Cooperative, and also with Sir Rene, whom you met a while ago. Okay. And then we work with the stakeholders for green jobs, just transition and social protection. So these are what we are focusing on now. We would like to expand the people's knowledge regarding green jobs, for them to be able to cope with the current conditions that we have. We have, most of them are, we target this for the marginalized sectors. We have the persons with disabilities, families of persons with disabilities, workers in the informal sector, families of victims of child labor, and migrants, children of migrant workers. Okay. Those are our focus. Let me end this presentation with the saying of the mayor, Joy Belmonte, that part of being a livable city is you are livable for everybody. You're inclusive, and that part of your course includes all persons with disability, persons living with HIV, and persons who are of various genders. All of that should be included when we say livable city. Everybody must be included with no exception. And that is what PESO is working for. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Jed, for sharing what you do with QC Peso. I really liked what you said about employment is more than just jobs. That really hit me. And the programs that you shared, if you think about it, they're really more common sense programs, but very effective programs at that. So, and I also like how you ended it. Livable city should be livable for everyone, no exceptions. So next, to share what they do with their work is Ms. Tish. Can you share what you do with everyone?
Okay. I think I went through a round circle. I started with the education sector immediately after graduating in college. And then I was attracted to the issues of farmers. And then there was a strong magnet to join the women's sector, and now with the informal workers sector, which brings me to the organization which has been doing a lot of work on social solidarity economy. HomeNet Philippines and HomeNet Multipurpose Cooperative. HomeNet Philippines is composed of 30 home-based workers organizations nationwide. And one of the affiliate members is HomeNet Multipurpose Cooperative. And the chairperson of HomeNet is here. And the chairperson of the HomeNet Southeast Asia and HomeNet International are also here. We have been, for a long time, struggling with the home-based workers. And when we found Quezon City government very amiable and very friendly and very acceptable to work with us, so we are now in this bandwagon of the Quezon City-based NGOs contributing to the social solidarity economy roadmap. And I hope that every NGO can also join in that bandwagon, the creation and the roadmap that we are trying to build in Quezon City. We are trying to pilot in Quezon City. So we are swimming in the sea of nano, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Nano enterprises comprise in 2022 data of the DTI, 8.1 million, and then micro, 2.8 million something, small enterprises, 2.1 million, medium, 607, and large, 3 million. So as you can see in the pie, the largest is composed of the micro, small, medium, and of course the nano enterprises. And I do not have data on Quezon City, but of course a portion of that is in Quezon City. So this is how big the workers in the informal economy are, and solopreneurs, as some of them are called in the nano enterprises. And we swim in this sea of nano, micro, and social enterprises, and medium social enterprises, with a very healthy soup. The soup has very nice ingredients, The ingredients are the 5 dimensions of social solidarity economy, which are socially responsible governance, edifying values, economic activities, environmental conservation measures, and economic sustainability. So these are the ingredients that make the soup, very palatable to the taste, which is why we are enjoying where we are right now, what we are doing right now. So how do we do it? We collaborate, okay? We collaborate because we want to work towards a common goal. So we see the Quezon City local government and us in the NGO community as having the same goal. We also do convergence, and that is recognizing that there are different ideas to developing our economy. Whether you are from the nano, micro, or small or medium enterprises, each of you have an idea on how to contribute. And of course, synergy. We cannot do this alone. It has to be everybody, from the civil society organizations, from the government, local and national, and from the private sector, and of course also from international institutions. So, what are our issues? Why are we helping home-based workers? We are calling for decent work, okay? We are working for social protection, and of course, gender equality. That is what our collaboration is all about. And of course, the very many ideas, in the market of ideas, we come across people's economy, we come across feminist economics, we come across circular economy, and so on and so forth. So in that market of ideas, there is social solidarity economy, SSE. And that is what we converge on. And of course, as I said, all the sectors should be involved, civil society organizations, government, private institutions, international institutions, everybody should be involved, and that is our synergy. And therefore, in trying to swim in that water of social enterprises in the Philippines and in Quezon City, we try to achieve and attain the Sustainable Development Goals. All the 17 development goals, they are linked to social solidarity economy, and they are linked to our goals as HomeNet Philippines, as HomeNet Multipurpose Cooperative, and like-minded organizations as well, who have come to express the same goals that they aspire to achieve and the same goals that are visible and are embraced by social solidarity economy and all the sustainable development goals. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tish. What resonated with me the most with what you said was one of the things I always say when I discuss any kind of development work is that to be successful in any kind of development work, you really need to find collaborations. You cannot do it by yourself, no matter how big or how small you are. And I'm so happy to hear that you finally found the right partner for HomeNet in QC, in the QC LGU. So, Sir Paul, maybe we can shift to you and what you do, and you can tell us a bit about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Actually, I prepared a short slide presentation about what we're doing in Quezon City. Okay. The title of my presentation is about, actually, it's a women in waste sector in Quezon City. Okay. For those who are not so familiar with the social solidarity economy, social solidarity economy refers to broad and alternative economic framework that prioritizes social goals, community well-being, and sustainability over profit maximization. SSE is grounded in values and cooperation, equity, environmental stewardship, and participatory democracy. It promotes economic activities that foster social inclusion, justice, and solidarity, often through cooperative ventures, fair trade, mutual support network, and sustainable production practices. I'll go on straight to sorry, yun. Okay. The role of women in SSE. Women play a central and transformative role in the social solidarity economy, often leading to or active participating in SSE initiative, particularly in sectors like food, fair trades, and community-based renewable energy. Their involvement is crucial not only for achieving gender equality, but also for strengthening the resilience and sustainability of SSE models. Their key contribution of women in SSE, their leadership and decision-making, care economy, environmental stewardship, empowerment, and community development. Women in waste, women waste workers and recycling centers in SSE. Women waste workers, particularly in informal sectors, have been central to recycling and waste management activities in many communities. These women often work in marginalized conditions but are pivotal in promoting recycling and reducing environmental waste. Their involvement in recycling projects within SSE structures can help formalize and improve the working condition and visibility of waste management, contributing to both social and environmental goals. The key aspect is organizing waste workers into associations or cooperatives. Women in waste management form cooperatives to improve their working conditions, share resources, and advocate for better rights while linking to recycling and upscaling initiatives. Community-based recycling initiative, women-led recycling projects, waste and educate communities on segregation, recycling, and environmental responsibility. Economic cooperation, SSE projects help women earn fair income, access social protection, and participate in decision-making on waste management in their communities. These initiatives often contribute to the broader circular economy where waste is seen not as a problem but a resource. The involvement of women in this project is particularly important for fostering sustainable community-driven waste management practices. I think I'll escape this. Okay. These are the things you can see in Marsella Association of Waste Workers, an association of 20 women waste workers operating in Quezon City and in Manila. Organized just recently in August 18, 2024 and formally registered as a workers' association with the Department of Labor and Employment through the assistance of the Quezon City office, PESO office, sorry. The name Marsella actually was taken from the first letter of the 6 founding members of this association. 4 years ago, the founding members were scavengers, waste pickers, and garbage collectors until they joined the USAID-supported WE program, thanks to Eco Waste Coalition. Through the program, they learned solid waste management and entrepreneurship skills. Inspired by what they learned, they began teaching other waste workers how to turn waste into business. Inspired by this experience, they decided to form a formal association to better support their fellow waste workers. While forming an association might be easy, their mentor reminded them that becoming a strong and functional association is harder. It requires a solid foundation and responsibility. To build that foundation, from July to October, they received weekly mentorship on organizational development focused on SSE enterprise model. This helped them establish the Marsella Association of Waste Workers. Today, most of these members, the founding members especially, are now operators of recycling centers. They have their own recycling centers. To promote waste management, provide entrepreneurship training, and help fellow waste workers, collectors market their recyclable materials. They aim to strengthen their recycling supply chain and contribute to the circular economy by connecting their centers into consolidation network. In summary, women in SSE, particularly those involved in waste management and recycling, play a vital role in fostering sustainable and inclusive economic system. Their work advances environmental goals, empowers women, and contribute to achieving multiple UN Sustainable Development Goals, promoting a more just, equitable, and sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Paul. No? I'll use what you said as a segue to my question to you, no? And maybe you can answer it first. No? From your experience and working within the framework of SSE, what kind of impact do you think would social enterprises have for society in general, and maybe for your line of work in particular?
First is there's a money in waste. When these women form their association, their focus is on the environmental issues. They form their enterprise on for the objective of addressing social issues in their communities. This in particular, the waste problem in the communities. So they promote solid waste management in many communities where they operate, particularly in Payatas and just a kilometer away in Nia Road, Bagong Silangan, and Araneta Avenue.
I'd like to ask the same question to Ms. Tish. Yeah, knowing that you work within the framework of SSE, how do you think does SE come into play? How can it help with what you're doing and in society in general?
Well, we want to see people changing in terms of mindset and attitude. No? The mindset that you have to depend on somebody outside your resources for you to make your life better or to make your enterprise better. No? So self-sustainability, self-reliance, changing that kind of mindset, and then of course realizing that you have in your own self that inner power which you can use, no? Along with others, so that together, like a solid, mass, you can effect change, which is what we want to happen. No? Because we have seen that the current economic system does not really help the poor, and the poor are getting poorer every year. And what is the lifeline that we are going to throw? No? And we see social solidarity economy as the lifeline that we are throwing, to people who want to struggle and improve their lives, and then improve their enterprises. And then, of course, resources coming from the local government, which can support these efforts, and along with the efforts of the civil society organizations.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tish. I have a different question for Sir Jed, because you represent our government in this panel, no? And from your experience doing what you do and working with civil society organizations, do you think you've seen a template of how to make it work where government and CSOs and the private sector can come together and work together for the upliftment of lives?
Yes. One of the examples would be this one, the promotion of SSE with the NGOs. Our promotion is also with the social enterprises, because we work with what do you call this, Bingo Farm, the members of Agile, with other social entrepreneurs in this particular project. And then the other one, we just had with the waste workers or the paleros in Payatas. This one, we assisted them in terms of providing them with the linkage to the NGOs and national government agencies, with the private sector in terms of developing their capacity, their skills to become contributors to the ecological, what do you call this, to ecology or to green jobs. I think last month, just last month, the Paleros were able to take the TESDA course, NC2 course, and they were able to graduate under TESDA, and now they are the ones working with the barangay, at the barangay level, making sure that the resources are being recycled and being used. And as what Sir Paul said, making sure that what we consider as waste are put into good use and sources of income for the people. The other one, maybe you could try also Villaverde Food Farms. They have a place here, okay? This is a group of, what do you call this? Persons who lost their jobs during the pandemic. They were organized as urban farmers. They were trained by different NGOs, private sector, and what do you call this? The NGAs, national government agencies. And this time, they are the ones looking for trainings. They have their business. They have they are also helping others develop their own enterprise. So this is an example of what we call the cooperation or the solidarity between these entities. And I would just like to point out that when the grassroots sector or the marginalized sectors are given a chance, they are given a voice, then they also, you would find out that they put creativity, innovation, resilience, and their commitment to the table. Yeah.
So, hearing from our three wonderful panelists, it seems that private and public partnerships can and do work, and not only work, but also uplift lives and ensure that nobody really gets left behind. Maybe before we take questions from the audience, I'd like to give everybody in the panel an opportunity if you want to say a final, if you want to give a final message to our audience, or if you want to join them with anything that you're doing. Maybe we can start with Sir Paul and Ms. Tish, then Sir Jed.
I just want to add something about my presentation. On the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, for example, sustainable cities and communities, that is SDG 11. Yeah. Recycling and circular economy practices reduce waste, pollution, and improve public health, with women playing a key role in building resilient, sustainable communities. On gender equality, women leadership in SSE initiatives, especially in waste management challenges, gender norms promote economic empowerment and ensure women's participation in decision making. And lastly, on the SDG number 1, no poverty, SSE initiative in waste management provide women with economic opportunities, lift them out of poverty, and support social protection and well-being.
Thank you very much, Sir Paul. Ms. Tish?
I would, coming from the civil society organizations, I would like to enjoin all civil society actors into experiencing social solidarity economy, the practicing social solidarity economy. It is a different, well, whatever you don't like in neoliberalism, you will find it in social solidarity economy. So it's the opposite, the complete opposite of what we do not like, of what causes all our poverty, what causes gender inequality. It's the opposite. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tish. Sir Jed?
First, I would like to thank Bayan and SAPSE because they were able to support us also with our programs, the TAC SE program, and BPI for BPI CNAD, for the BPI Inclusive, which taught our communities to have their own social enterprises. Maraming salamat. That was great. We now have graduates from the BPI Sinag Inclusive. Um, from the government sector, we need a lot of assistance. We may be able to provide the policy for these things, but in a social solidarity economy, everyone has a role. Everyone needs to be part of this economy. We have different things that we can contribute. Even if we say that all of you provide trainings, you provide different sets of trainings, right? Even if all of you provide fundings, you provide different sets of fundings. So that's how we see it. Now, usually when we train for persons with disabilities, with persons with disabilities and with the companies, I always ask them, I always say that we ask persons with disabilities to step into the world of what we call normal people. Okay? When we train them, we ask them to step into the world of persons with disabilities, and they will find out how creative they are, how much they can contribute to development. In the same manner, okay, all of us need each other's assistance to have a better world. So I'm asking everybody to step into the world of our grassroots communities, to see how they are, to see how good they are, how great they are, and what they can do for all of us also.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience before we end this panel?
Hello. Good afternoon.
We have a question from the gentleman.
Yes,
over there.
I'm
sir.
Ernesto Prieto from Rizal Informal Sector Coalition. I'm glad that I know that this Quezon City declared as SSE city in the Philippines. My question is, how many organization has been given a training by the Quezon City, and how many of the organization have all the activities that the Quezon City government avail? That's all.
Sir Jed, could you answer that question?
Unfortunately, we do not have the current data for that regarding the how many trainings and how many were trained and how many were successful. And probably that's also part of the assistance that the Bayan and SAPSA may be able to provide for us to be able to have a research regarding these things, because that's one of the gaps, monitoring how these things how many of these programs impact the people that we serve.
I think taking on from what Sir Jed was saying, I think this is common in in any development work now. One of the biggest gaps we are facing and one of the biggest challenges is really monitoring and evaluation. And hopefully through this roadmap, we can do something about that gap. Any other question? Dr. Eri, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's very nice to hear that there is an SSE local government in Quezon City. I appreciate for this. Actually, I'm come from Indonesia. I would like to learn from you. Here we have as well local government from Palu, who learning to be SSE local government in Sulawesi. So normally if we are using the public finance for the community development, that means we want to bring the money for the community. The requirement for reporting and accountability of public finance is more strictly, rather than if you are NGO, then you give the community grant to the people. So, and then they required a lot of document, they're strict, limited by the fiscal years and so on. Then all those kind of requirement then restricted the process of the community empowerment. So that means, though the mission is good, but with the framing of all this regularity, the administration's requirement, then we could not deliver this as process-based. So this is one of that my questions. How do you deal with this? Do you have such kind of the problems? And the second, I know all of the good activities that you provide for the communities that I listen from you, you need a facilitators that to accompany the community in doing by process. So do you hire this, or where? How is the work of these community facilitators? It is paid by the government, or it is part of the community contribution? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay. When it comes to the government process, for the first question, when it comes to the government process, when it comes to the funding, I do agree that they were very, very strict about this. But for SSE to thrive, this one, what we say is we work with the communities, we ask their opinions, okay, we help them develop their organizations, and they become part of the policy-making bodies. The urban farmers that were organized, they have now a representation in the People's Council. Okay, it's one. The other one is what do you call this? As stated a while ago with the Mayor Joy Belmonte, we now have the nano enterprise. So that's the registration of the very, very, capitalization of 50,000, I think. So that's one. So that's enabling them. Now, what we do in terms of these things is that we ask for the people what they want in terms of policy, okay? And that's where we put the resources in. That's how I know it is done, okay? Because the mayor would always say one of the 14-point agenda of the mayor is to know what the people need or what they want from the government. That's how we do it. As for the second question in terms of the facilitators, we do need a lot of trainers and facilitators, okay? But there are, the others are provided by our partners. Okay, that's their contribution. We work with them. We provide the communities that they need to reach out to. They have their, what do you call this, social programs, and they need the communities, and we provide that, and they provide the trainers for us. The other one is the organizations, or those who were trained, were the ones already teaching the others. So that's how it is done. We are, from the peso side, we still do not have trainers that are paid from, we as employees do the training. Our district operations staff do the training, but not in the sense that we hire somebody else for the training.
We have one last question from that gentleman.
From Department of Labor and Employment. In your organization of workers, groups or association, did you encounter some procedural problems or difficulties with Quezon City government? I am asking that because I know for a fact, I know personally, that a certain cooperative in Quezon City, it is a manufacturing company with about 800 workers. They could not work if they do not have the license or permit to work from Quezon City. And they have to absent themselves
from work because they have to go personally to Quezon City government and present their IDs and their medical certificates. Did you encounter, ma'am, such procedural problems?
Maybe we can ask Ms. Tish first and Sir Paul to answer that from the side of the CSOs.
Yeah, well, on behalf of HomeNet Philippines and HomeNet Multipurpose Cooperative, we have not experienced anything like that, to my knowledge. I wonder if Prime, do you have anything to add to that? Or Olive? But to my knowledge, we have not experienced anything like that. In fact, on the contrary, we have been enjoying a lot of support from the Quezon City government through the PESO and to the SBCDPO, or the Small Business and Cooperative Development Promotions Office. So both offices, we are engaged in both offices in terms of training. It's like an information and knowledge overload already for a year, because they provide what we need in terms of enhancing our knowledge and skills to manage our cooperatives, to govern our cooperatives, and of course, not just cooperatives, but also our businesses, the small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tish. How about you, Sir Paul?
In our experience in Marseille, we just comply with what is all the requirements asked by the PESO office. Then they submit all these documents and submit it to PESO office, and PESO office facilitated the registration to the DOL, the Department of Labor and Employment.
Okay, so there you go, everyone. I hope we were able to give you a glimpse of how public and private organizations can work together in the context of the SE and SSE network and framework. Tomorrow, there'll be more discussions, particularly about the pilot projects that we have for government. And so I hope you stick around for that. And again, I'd like to thank our wonderful panelists for the discussion this afternoon.
Let's give them a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you very much, our esteemed guests. May we ask you to stand up here in front to receive your certificates and have our photo session. Masyado kang malaki dyan, Rodmark. Okay, thank you very much once again. Thank you from the NGO subsector. Unfortunately, we are running a bit late of time, so we may have to skip our break this afternoon. So we will be moving on to our next session. Okay. So, as a very active participant as well in this roadmap, I will be wearing multiple hats today. In our next segment, we will hear from the leaders in the academe on the role of the academic institutions in advancing social enterprise education across the country. Through the organization of a national association, the academic sector is actively engaging students, educators, and administrators to drive forward social entrepreneurship. I will be the moderator of this session. As no one else will introduce me, I will again introduce myself. Again, my name is Maan Sikam. For those who were a bit late today, I am the CEO and co-founder of Happy Helpers. So I am a social entrepreneur. Happy Helpers is a social enterprise that provides trusted and reliable home services to customers as it uplifts and empowers mothers in underprivileged communities through life coaching, training, and connecting them to meaningful work. I hold a master's degree in entrepreneurship and social enterprise development from the Ateneo Graduate Business School. I am currently as well one of the board of directors of SAPSE and an adjunct professor at the AGSB and Bayan Academy. I will take my bow. Okay, it's hard to really wear multiple hats. Okay, our first guest for today, our first panelist, you've seen him earlier. He is a Filipino educator and a social innovator with a strong focus on social enterprise development. He is the founding director of the Lasallian Social Enterprise for Economic Development, or LSED Center at the De La Salle University, an award-winning initiative established in 2015 to promote economic empowerment through social entrepreneurship. Under his leadership, the LSED Center has become a hub for social innovation, equipping students and community partners with the skills to address economic and social challenges through sustainable enterprise solutions. In addition to his role at LSED, Dr. Salonga teaches social entrepreneurship at the Ramon V. Del Rosario College of Business at the De La Salle University and serves as a guest lecturer at Thammasat University in Thailand. Beyond academia, he also plays a vital role in advancing social enterprise as the chairperson of the National Association of Social Enterprise Educators and Administrators, or the NASEA, and as a member of the Board of Trustees for the Institute for Social Entrepreneurship in Asia, or ISEA. He has led numerous programs focused on local economic development, collaborating with international organizations to implement initiatives in diverse sectors. His ongoing contribution to help and shape the social enterprise ecosystem in the Philippines and Asia, fostering a new generation of socially responsible entrepreneurs and empowering communities through innovative, inclusive business model. Let us all welcome once again Dr. Norby Salonga. Our next panelist is passionate about cultivating the spirit of social entrepreneurship. He is a dedicated very, very deep word, no? Pedagogy. Pedagogy, with a wealth of experience in guiding aspiring entrepreneurs on their journey to success. Bless you. Teacher Francis is known for fostering a dynamic and innovative learning environment where students are encouraged to think critically, identify opportunities, and develop skills necessary to navigate the complex world of entrepreneurship. Beyond the classroom, Teacher Francis is actively involved in NASEA. He is currently the North Luzon representative. With a commitment to fostering creativity and resilience and entrepreneurial spirit, he is dedicated in preparing students for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead in the ever-evolving world of business. Let us all welcome Teacher Francis Datu from the Senior High School, Brightwood School. And our third panelist for today leads the Innovation for Social Solidarity and Inclusive Economy Research Group at the Institute of Asian Studies, Chulalongkorn University, Asia. He serves as a national consultant on social and solidarity economy for the International Labor Organization. His research primarily explores the socio-economic impacts of digital transformation in transportation and grassroots economies, particularly from a labor perspective. In addition to his research, he has launched a ride-hailing platform specifically for motorcycle taxis. His latest advocacy focuses on promoting the adoption of electric motorcycles among motorcycle taxi drivers to mitigate air pollution and enhance urban living standards in Bangkok. Let us all welcome Dr. Akanat Wantanasambat, Head of Research Group Innovation. Okay, so I will just be moving here. Welcome, my panelists. So we'd like to start with Dr. Norby Salonga, and do share with us the development on organization of NASEAN and its importance for the roadmap.
Yeah. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Norby Salonga from De La Salle University. I'll share a bit about NICEA, and I'm going to give you an example how we integrate social entrepreneurship as part of the curriculum. You know, people would really expect academia to do research, to do social engagement, and then curriculum. These are the transactional roles of academic institutions like the LSU, Brightwoods, and Chula. So I would say that when we speak of sustainability, we always look at these core pillars as our engagements with our stakeholders, internal and external to the university. But I think one of the challenges that we have right now is how do we transition from simply transactional and move away with that to transition formally to transformational role. And we understand that the social enterprise sector, specifically our stakeholders, we are in a very, as institutions, we are in a very strategic position to influence other stakeholders, to use formation as a strategy to help students to become social entrepreneurs. And so I'd like to just give you a bit of the data about the 2020. This was released at the peak of the pandemic. This particular data from the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, which we uses in academic institutions as our lens in basically looking at the baseline of entrepreneurship globally, has actually revealed that more than 40% of entrepreneurs in 35 of 50 countries agree or strongly agree that their main motivation to launch a business is to actually make a difference. Some people would say this is quite cliche. Yes, I have to agree with that. But I think one of the things that we realize as part of the academia is our role in terms of forming the next generation social entrepreneurs. We need to change the way we look at our role in research, curricular, and social engagement. And that's one of the things that we do in NICEA, that we look at sustainability, particularly in the context of social entrepreneurship, as a challenge to actually strike the balance between the drivers of change as well as development. In the Philippines, we look at development rather figuratively. We look at numbers to basically describe development. But I think looking at the stories of social enterprise in the Philippines, we have to look specifically at the roles of social enterprises by empowering the different communities that they work with, specifically for academic institutions. The second one has something to do with the way we build an ecosystem for social innovators. As discussed earlier, academia is basically the formation stage of social entrepreneurs. And I think by strengthening our curriculum, by engaging more researchers to do studies that are relevant to the sector, and by allowing our social engagement to be more sustainable, by recalibrating some of our measures in terms of our indicators for impact, as well as our strategy in involving our stakeholders, we can do so much more in terms of building the next generation social entrepreneurs. And of course, as I said, lastly, we need to use a specific development platform, which is SDG, right in front of us, as part of our lens in ensuring that what we do in academia goes beyond the transactional and highlight the transformational role of social entrepreneurship in academic institutions. I think that's one of the things that I'd like to highlight, because here in the Philippines, we stop by simply educating people. When they graduate, we produce people who will get employed. That's the reality. I'm sure the corporations would also agree that that's a reality in the Philippines. I think we need to change that. We need, as academic institutions, we need to produce potential entrepreneurs. We do not need to produce employees anymore. We need to change the way we look at things and the way we develop our curriculum, our syllabi, so that we can produce more entrepreneurs that can create jobs for more people. That's what we need. And here, as an example, in DLSU, we try to basically map out all potential opportunities way back, like 1 decade ago, where we could actually integrate social entrepreneurship. And I'm very proud to say that we, as early as academic year 2023, we have already transitioned and has completed full cycle of integration from senior high school and recently up to the acceleration program of the university. So we accommodate around 8,000 students yearly, ensuring that they take up social entrepreneurship modules as part of our curriculum or social engagement. The second item that I'd like to highlight is in terms of the transformational role, we need to make sure that we capture impact beyond the first level of impact. Meaning to say, we don't just look at the impact of their intervention in terms of our academic programs. We need to ensure that the social enterprises or social entrepreneurs that we form create social enterprises that could potentially impact their own community. That's how we count it. That's how we count our impact. Not the trainings that we conduct, we don't count trainings. Not the interventions that we implemented, we go beyond that. And I think that's the meaning of becoming more transformational than just doing transactional roles in terms of academe. Example, 104 community members are now part of the management teams of the social enterprise that we have. We have around 70 and 350 social entrepreneurs at DLSU. So these are some of the aspects I'd like to highlight, capturing also the direct contributions of social enterprises in localizing the United Nations SDG. And of course, I'd like to share that when we speak of social entrepreneurship, it's not just a development agenda. It is, in fact, a leadership style that builds on the understanding that solution must come really from the people. I have this professor from UP who really inculcated in me this very important message that we have to find where the people are and build from what they have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Norby. Teacher Francis, would you like to share your story as well?
All right, I'll build up on what Dr. Salonga presented about NICEA. But before that one, allow me to put some context to my sharing. DLSU's LSED is actually big and mature when it comes to social entrepreneurship. Brightwood School, on the other hand, we're young, small for now, but growing. But I think that's the beauty of the movement that we are doing here. Whether big or small, young or mature, for as long as you have the heart and you are willing to work hard, everyone is welcome. And this brings me to the question, where are the others? Whenever I find myself as the sole representative for basic education institution who are actively engaged in the SE roadmap through NICEA, again, I can help but wonder, where are the others? What are they prioritizing? Are they aware that there are such movements available in the academic community and are at nation at large? Brightwood School engagement, again, in the SE roadmap through NICEA has brought numerous advantages for our institution and ultimately to our students. Allow me to cite just 3 of them. First, we're able to develop social entrepreneurial mindset at an early stage. Through our participation in the SE roadmap, our students are introduced to the principles of social entrepreneurship, equipping them with the skills to identify opportunities, think innovatively, and develop sustainable solutions, abilities that will serve them in any future endeavor that they chose. Second, it has strengthened our efforts to promote social responsibility and values formation. Basic education plays a pivotal role in instilling core values such as empathy, community engagement, and social responsibility. By incorporating the practices of social enterprises and the principles of social solidarity economy, Brightwood School nurtures socially conscious individuals who recognizes the importance of building inclusive and sustainable communities. And lastly, The SE roadmap aligns with the Philippines' national development goals, including poverty reduction, inclusive growth, and sustainable development. By contributing to this objective, even as a young and growing institution, Brightwood School is, we can play a meaningful role in the progress while helping our students appreciate the broader societal impact of their education. The Philippines is home to the largest generation of young people in its history, with 30 million individuals aged 10 to 24. That is 28% of our current population here in the Philippines. This generation will soon inherit a world facing complex global challenges. How should we prepare them? As Mr. Jonathan Wong said, it starts with education. How should we prepare them? I firmly believe we must teach, guide, and actively involve them in the positive initiatives that we are doing here today.
Thank you very much, Teacher Francis. And now we'd like to hear from Mr. Akanat. Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akanat. I'm a researcher from Chulalongkorn University. Just like to share with you about my activities at my institution, my university, and in Thailand. It was started during the COVID-19, when our government came with a measurement that people should eat at home. You're not allowed to eat at the restaurant. You can order and buy from restaurant, but you cannot eat at the restaurant. It's a restriction. And back then, we see that it is become a necessary that we will have to order food from platform, right? And the orders of the platform jump up threefold from around 40 million orders a year to 120 million orders a year. And imagine if you are a platform company, you'll be more than happy because you have ability to grow 300%, right? But what it turned out to be was that the platform charge from the restaurant more, and they pay for the workers less. And I think that's enough. I'm a researcher. Normally, the researcher always end up their research with policy recommendation, right? We never know whether our policy recommendation works or not, right? So that was how I started to cross my border from being a researcher to become a academic activist. So I'm very good at brainwashing, especially my students. So I called my students and said, "We've got to do something, man. This is too much. This is enough. We've got to do something." So from there, we started to build our own food delivery platform. But in order to build it well, better than what is on the market, right? We will have to get a proper framework. And then solidarity economy came into my mind because among the academic, we discussed about what would be the alternative than capitalism, right? Because it's created a lot of inequality, right? And we think about, well, public solidarity economy is another alternative, right? And then from there, I study harder what would be a proper framework. So we use solidarity economy as a framework to develop our platform. And from there, we spent years. At the end, we got a platform that we create job securities for people in the community. The specialty of our platform was that we will have to have at least 3 components: the riders, the delivery guys, the restaurants, and the consumer in the community to get together and make a decision together. Well, from there, this platform was spread for all over Thailand. Right now, it's run many locations in Thailand, and it was designed to decentralize. What happened in one location doesn't have to be the same with another location. They use the same platform, but the mechanism, the decision, everything was depend on local communities. And that was the first project. I'm very good at brainwashing, right? So I started to brainwash my student again and again, and right now, we have several platforms from Tam Sang Tam Song, we have Nong Khoi Ma Tou Lai, we have Thai Economap, we have platforms for elder people. And from there, we developed to get a bigger movement. So together with students, I have them make a decision by themselves, how can we promote things that we believe is good for the society, right? So they form their own organization called Social Solidarity Economy Study Center at Chulalongkorn University, that they gather their studies, case studies, best practice, good practice from around the world, and they share among each other. We also invite people from outside university to give them a talk, and after the guests gone, then we kind of discuss and gossip, like what is right, what is wrong. See, this is how we started. So we have Social and Solidarity Economy Study Center. This is a student-led organization. And then among a group of researchers and lecturers from different universities, we get together and we create a platform called SSE Thailand Consortium, which is a group of lecturers from different universities that discuss and pool the resource and make a decision on which direction we would do more in order to promote social and solidarity economy in Thailand. And then we have course, we have mini course, we cooperate with cooperatives and mind-lighted organization in Thailand in order to promote this set of value and principles. And also, since we work a lot on digital platforms, right, we are part of this initiative called Platform Cooperativism Consortium, where we help workers to create their own platform that owned by themselves. This is the way that we bring democracy back to work. So this is so far what we are doing in Thailand.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Akanat. Okay, any questions from the audience? Yes, I think there is a microphone over there. I will sit here near you. I think the microphone is on. It will be turned on, ma'am. Ay,
Yes. Mic test.
yeah, there you go.
Ayan, kinabahan ako bigla. I'm Violet of Nature Awareness and Conservation, NGO. I've been an SE since payat pa ako, 20 years ago. Before Sir Ed, kay Ma'am Lisa, under Ma'am Lisa Dakanay and British Council. So my question, I'm so proud to tell you that our NGO can deliver 14 of the SDG out of 17. Ayun. Tapos what we do is tree planting. Just tree planting from upland to ridge to coastal. Working with the community of fishing community, farming, and indigenous community. My questions as academe, ayun, can you include environment education as part of your SE education in your colleges? Ganon.
And I guess environment
This is to
conservative.
prepare, if you observe about the weather, to prepare the future SE to come up with a business that also address environmental issues. At the same time, capacitate something like what I'm doing. One. Tapos number two, ayun, in the courses, can you teach SE also in other courses? I've been spent time with UPLB Forestry. They want to do enterprising. I told them, can you do social enterprising? Because it addresses the planet, the people, and gives also prosperity to everybody, not just enterprise. You should include the planet and the people. Yun lang po. Can you teach engineering,
Yes.
in the accounting,
Yes,
in the
yes.
marketing, in other field of courses,
Okay.
SE.
Okay.
So they will not end up as employee, but also SE.
Okay,
Yun
thank you
po.
very much. I guess for the first question, is environment conservation part of your part of the social enterprise or social solidarity economy curriculum is the first question. Anyone, I guess.
Me first.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Well, definitely, because when we talk about SE and SSE, which I think I will have a chance to discuss more on this difference tomorrow.
Yes.
But well, when you talk about the concept of the SSE, right, we concern stakeholders, not only shareholders, right? Stakeholders, and stakeholders means a lot more, not only people, but planets, right? Environments as part of the stakeholders,
Yes.
right? Though they cannot say, but we can say on behalf of them, right? So environment was the center of the SSE concept, I would say. Yeah, and by doing that, we make sure that when we discuss about SSE, how to adopt the principle of SSE into economy, environment was part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Teacher Francis?
Before the involvement of Brightwood School to the SE roadmap, when we first offered our senior high school program, one of its features is the enabler program. That is environment and nature-based learning. So yeah,
It is
it's
part.
possible. And now that we are involved in SE, it's easy for now us to talk to our students of how to take care of our environment whenever they are incepting social enterprises.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just very briefly, the gold standard on social entrepreneurship is that you have to have social, economic, and environmental. You can't have social, economic, or environmental alone. You can have social and economic, double bottom line, and then you have social, economic, environmental, triple bottom line. The second point I'd like to raise is that I always say this, that there's no planet B, we only have planet A. So it is when we realize that we have very limited resources and that we change our behavior towards the use of the resources, we can actually build an honest to goodness social enterprise model. So I think it has to be really included and integrated as part of the curriculum, which we're doing right now. Thank you.
Actually, for her second question, I'm sure you're the best resource for this to answer. Her second question was, social entrepreneurship is normally taught in business schools or just a subject in entrepreneurship. How can you or how would you integrate it into the other colleges or schools within the university? I
Yeah.
think Sir Norby was the best example.
Thank you, Ms. Maan. So I think for all of the schools, see what it's really part of our requirement. It's really part of the law. So it's included in the law of the Philippines that you have to implement National Service Training Program. So at DLSU, we integrated social entrepreneurship, at least 2 to 3 modules as part of the curriculum of our CWATS or Civic Welfare Training Service. That allows us to have sustainable engagement with our community partners, ensuring that we do at least 3 cycles, building the social enterprises, ensuring that the initiatives or the created social enterprises will be sustained in 2 more cycles with the same faculty, with the same partner organization, but different group of students per year. So I think that's one way. Second is that you need to involve, like our center is not really housed in the business school. It started as part of LaSallian Mission, as part of the Social Action Office. It expanded to 3 colleges, 4 colleges. Now all 11 colleges at the LSU are involved, including College of Law. We asked them to create legal forms for the startup and social enterprises. So I think it's a matter of streamlining some of the processes internal to the units and ensuring that those processes are also integrated as part of the design of your curriculum and programming, regardless if that's curricular, research, or social engagement. So it's possible.
Thank you. How about Mr. Akanav? Would you like to share your experience in Chula?
Yes, at my university and many universities in Thailand, we have what we call general education, where students from different faculties can enroll in these subjects, and that's the way how can we create, multidisciplinary subject where students from different faculties get together and work together. Because real world problem is quite complex,
Yes.
right? You cannot use one single discipline to solve,
Yes.
right? So this is the way that we create. And when we create this, we tend to do this, the co-design. I mean, it's not only just us that think about the curriculum, what students should learn, but we have an open platform that students also get the inputs, like what kind of problems, what kind of things that they like to learn. And we learn together with them, not just us that teach them this is right, this is wrong, right? I think it is very important that educator, must realize that you got to learn, unlearn, and relearn all the time. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Okay, I actually have a question. Sorry, Teacher Francis, but I do have a question. Very curious about this. This next generation, us educators that we are teaching, the Gen Zs and even the iPad generation, the Gen As, whatever you call them, they're very, very much exposed to a different world versus how majority of the people in this room grew up with. Their influences, their likes, and their hobbies right now are very different for us. So I'm very curious, how receptive are the students, both for basic education and higher education? How receptive are the students when we start teaching them about social consciousness? When we started teaching them about the concept of social entrepreneurship or even the social solidarity economy, knowing that they're the TikTok generation, they want to be entrepreneurs, but they want to be content creators, not really more social conscious. So I'm quite curious how receptive the students are of this generation when we start teaching them about social consciousness. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I find it easier than what I thought in the first place, because this generation, they grow up with new kind of social values, right? They talk about equality, they talk about gender equality, they talk about climate change. Everything was already put in their everyday life, right? So when we have this on the background of students, then it's not that difficult to spark. But the way you talk to them, you have to adopt yourself to them because they are majority, right? Students are majority, we are minority, right? The language that they use, we got to respect. They are more like a colleague than students, right? So we got to respect them. We got to have reason. We listen to them, and then sometimes we are wrong. We have to accept that. I have to adopt a lot because they use all kind of technology. They use Slack, they use Discord, and they love to work at night. Yeah, so that's an example of how to deal with this Gen Z. You have to adopt, and it's reasonable to do that. Yeah.
And then they're very receptive about it.
Yes.
Okay. How about
I
Teacher
actually
Francis?
agree with Dr. Akanote. While in the social media, it might look that the generation now is self-absorbed and self-centered. Actually, it's in their generation where social consciousness and building that sustainable community, it's actually very high. So yeah, contrary to what we are seeing,
How do you see that in your students?
the way they think.
The way they think.
And sometimes you will be surprised on how mature they look at things.
Dr.
Well,
Salonga?
I agree, but I think in terms of approach, for this particular generation, we need to do lots of, we need to spend more time with them in terms of listening, not to really respond, but listen to understand, because they require a deeper level of reflection. We need to be able to facilitate that with them if we want them to really understand social entrepreneurship, because social entrepreneurship requires a very deep understanding of social realities, and we can't simply just teach them that. And that's when we realize that our students need more of some time to reflect. That's when we expanded our programs in almost all of the courses. Make all these information available and accessible to them, and give them the opportunity to reflect deeply to understand social realities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for answering my question as a parent of Gen Zs and Gen A as well. Any more question from the audience? Yes, Dr. Ben. There's a microphone behind you. This is a quiz. It's Dr. Ben.
What I have learned, from the presentation is really very innovative, no? Because from Dr. Norby and also Akanat, I see the ecosystem approach in education. You're not only thinking of a course. You're thinking of the whole process. The chain from teaching to practice to market. You are not only thinking of teaching students and then let them free, find job for themselves. You're creating new systems and engaging them. That's the first thing. Number two, you're not only teaching business management. When you say entrepreneurship, actually, what you get there is accounting, managing business. You are not managing the whole ecosystem, the whole value chain. So what I have learned from you is that you're bringing education now by thinking through the ecosystem and how you are going to transfer this knowledge so that your students will imbibe it and be able to apply it. The third that I learned from you is you develop a market, for the new students. Unlike now, many universities are just, a diploma mill. They do not look for opportunities for the students to get engaged or get employed. They just, crank out graduates, and it's up to you to find a job. But this ecosystem approach is different. This is one thing that I like with this presentation. My question to you is this:
Please.
how do you develop that in such a way that you develop students that can teach this? Because you see, I'm also teaching in the University of the Philippines, and yet the department heads there could not get this system approach. This is one way by which probably we could train new students and even teachers. Because this is interdisciplinary. When you teach social entrepreneurship, you don't only teach business management. You teach environmental conservation. You get mindful of the environment. So this is my concern. How do we bring this ecosystem approach? I'm always thinking of ecosystem. Whether you are thinking of economics, politics, or even education. So my question to you is, how do we bring this in such a way that we could develop more people like you? Is there a way by which we can create a forum or whatever, on this particular aspect? So this is my question, because I like very much what you have shared this afternoon. Thank you very much.
My number one question to that is they have to join ISEA. I think we're going to have to train them first. But really, at the school level, we need to transform our courses into service learning courses. They need to be able to see the relevance of their expertise, their own discipline in applying real-world problems. It's not enough that you give them cases. That's no longer enough. Maybe in our time, it did work, but for this generation, it will not work anymore. So you need to give them actual cases where they can actually apply their own discipline in building an actual solution. That's what they want. And second is, if you do that, if you do create a service learning course, you have to be prepared also to give them the opportunity to attend the fellowship program, to really start up their own social enterprise after, so that they go beyond simply graduating. They see that as a stepping stone, not only for, as you said, the diploma, but to actually make a difference even after graduation. So I think that's my response to that. But they have to join ISEA. Thank you.
Requirement yan, sir.
Actually, I agree with Dr. Salonga. We have to engage in the SE roadmap through NICEA. Again, Brightwood School is novice when it comes to social entrepreneurship. So a lot of the things that we are doing, we actually got from the mentorship of the LSUL, SID, and Ateneo's MESADEV program. So we're able to teach better. We're able to do that practice. Now I like your input on the market, in which I think we'll be able to find also in this ecosystem.
Would you like to?
Yes, sadly we don't have the SE roadmap like this in Thailand. We have similar things, but not
But
exactly
how are you
the same.
able to involve 4 other universities in the SSE ecosystem? Because you mentioned that
I
as
would
well.
say it's a social capital. I myself have lots of friends, right? So when this idea pop up and we know exactly who has the like-minded, so we gather and we discuss and then we from there, we try to expand and started to brainwash others. Sorry, I use the term brainwash, but it's not the real brainwash.
But
it's
we know what you're
convincing.
saying.
It's convincing, yes. But at my university level, I would say that they very open for new things. And while it may sound weird at the moment, at the beginning, if I come up and I say that, hey, this is what I like to do, I would like to have this course, right? So I will have to show them first what I did, how it's effective, how it was received by the society at large. Then university started to realize, oh, this is the thing that we should go, yeah.
Thank you, thank you. And we will have our last question from that side.
Hello? Yes. Hello, good afternoon. Yes, I'm King Del Rosario. Anyway, I do agree that social enterprise should be part of the formal and informal system of education. My question is, ultimately, we are all aligned about the long-term goal of the programs, but let's say short-term, mid-term measures of success, how do you do that in your respective institutions? What would make you maintain those programs?
How they are
Yes.
Well, are you referring to the program or the actual institution?
Yes, per institution.
Okay, for the institution, we don't do anymore simply M&E as LaSalle. We'd always do external, external independent impact evaluation. So I think we do have our own monitoring system to capture the regular updates or the progress of the social enterprises and all of the programs. But we make sure that somebody will do the external and independent so that we actually get the right result for us. Because if you don't open your door to external evaluation, you will not learn. I think growth mindset is very critical in social entrepreneurship, and also for resource institutions like the LSU LCD Center. The second is, when it comes to the actual social enterprises, we ask them to use the localized version of the SDG. Because in the SDG, there are several indicators that basically connect to those goals. But you need to give them the opportunity to localize by creating these SDG indicators with their own partner communities. So that's part of the template, how we communicate sustainability to the social enterprises and those who are interested to social entrepreneurship. So these things matter. Thank you.
Like, would that be like number of projects launched? Is that the way to count it or measure it?
So now actually, in Dr. Salonga's presentation earlier, LC or LaSalle actually measures it with the number of communities involved, not just communities, but individuals involved, not just the number of students or the project. So they measure the depth, not just the quantity of the project. So the effectivity of the project itself is how wide the reach. Maybe you can continue or explain.
Our ambassador, Ines. I'm gonna get you as ambassador. Okay. So another thing is that we do, we monitor, okay, I'm gonna say it now. We have our own LCD Insight. It's a database that captures the performance, the income, the sales, the progress of the social enterprise in our portfolio, including the social entrepreneur. We spend so much time documenting their stories because that's how we somehow code the interventions and the responses of the mentors, all of the stakeholders, to make sure that whenever we develop programs, those programs directly respond to specific needs, regardless if that's sectoral, if that's generic, if that means developing a totally new program. So we are very mindful of the documentation that we have at the center, and we make use of this information in developing program. That's why I said monitoring and impact evaluation are both crucial in the process.
Akanut, would you like to add something?
I may not respond to that question directly, but I think the way we measure can be the other way around. We can also measure from failure.
From failure.
From failure,
Wonderful.
because you know, failure was also valuable in terms that it's create lots of lesson learned, right? So not only look at successful stories, but failure stories also contribute some. See, so that's and another thing that I would respond was that we are dominated by the startup thoughts of scale up and scale out, right? Social solidarity economy have another way of scale. It's called scale deep.
Scale deep.
Scale deep, right? We create more and more harmonize and harmony among stakeholders in our ecosystem. And that's, for me, is also important, not just to think about scale up, but scale deep. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much, and that would be our last question. Thank you so much for our panelists. I would like to ask you to stand up with me and receive your certificates. Again, the host and moderator at the same time here for our photo op. Certificates, please. Okay, photo na lang if it's not ready yet, okay? Thank you very much, everyone. Here are your certificates. I guess one more photo. Quick photo. Okay, thank you very much once again, Dr. Salonga, Akanut, and Teacher Francis. Okay, now we will take a 5-minute quick break for you to stretch out, network, and we will come back in 5 minutes for our next session.
Ako si Eloy Sadiga, ang owner ng Session Groceries. Ang main na advocacy ng Session Groceries is to help the local farmers sa tatlong bagay. Ma-educate sila, na ma-transition from just a farmer na maging isang entrepreneur, fully entrepreneur. Pangalawa is magkaroon sila ng market kasi yun naman ang laging problema ng mga farmer. And yung number 3, makagawa tayo ng isang innovation which is yung food processing.
I'm Emilia Pablo Kiwan from Alfredo's Farm, isang entrepreneur and isang food processor. Nag-start po kami noong 2019. Kasi nung hindi pa kami partner sa Session Groceries, talagang nahihirapan kami sa pamumuhay. Nung nagsimula kami ng Session Groceries, noon na kami parang nag-start na nagsusupply ng mga gulay, tapos ang ginawa ng Session Groceries ay po sa mobile apps.
Ginagawa ng Session Groceries ngayon is nag-i-evolve na tayo. Dati meron lang tayong mobile app. Hindi kasi siya total na solution. Okay, may mobile app, i-display yung farmer's product, pero hanggang doon na lang eh. Si Session Groceries, nag-e-evolve na doon sa, mas nag-evolve pa doon sa Farmers Academy. Ngayon yung Farmers Academy natin, ginawa na nating TESDA accredited para may nakukuhang certification yung mga farmers na tinitrain natin.
Nung mayroon na kami sa Session Groceries, nagsimula kami ng-trainings. Yung mga trainings na dinadaanan namin, maraming trainings, parang marami kaming knowledge na natutunan.
Hello, hello, hello! Welcome back! Welcome back, everyone. Do take your seats and do continue having your snacks this afternoon. Okay. For our next session, we will focus on the Philippine SE Roadmaps, MSME, and People's Association subsector, and they will present how it will effectively onboard People's Association through a collaboration with the Philippines Department of Interior and Local Government, starting with its National Capital Region Office. To moderate this panel, we have our outgoing chairman of the MSME and People's Association subsector. She is part of the board of the Society of the Advancement of Professional Social Entrepreneurship. She is a social entrepreneur herself. Her social enterprise is ATBP, that services accounting and tax services for conscious and social, catering to social good organization. She is also an adjunct professor at the Ateneo Graduate School of Business. She was, in fact, the guru of the last batch of the MESIDEV program. She is also part of the board for the Ateneo Center for Social Enterprises, or ACCENT. Please welcome once again, and do give her a big round of applause, Miss Pinky Po.
Hello again. Okay. You keep seeing the same faces. We need more people joining. So, our session, I'll just give a very brief introduction of our session. No? So our session, if you think, so MSMEs, and suddenly why are we talking more about people's organizations, right, for this session? So we decided we would focus on it because that is where we need to make a big reach. And because of government intervention, there's really a lot of impact that we can do. So this session will focus on that. We will have someone from the side of the civil society organizations, somebody from Department of Interior and Local Government, and of course, representative of MSMEs. Our session has 3 objectives, which we have to achieve, because I'm a very outcome-driven person. We want to show how the SE roadmap can really help people's organizations sustain and grow their social mission through social enterprise philosophies, not through grants, not through donations, but through social enterprise. We want to provide an overview of DILG's systemic orchestration of these people's organizations through the establishment of CSO desks, which was actually done via a memorandum circular that mandates the establishment of CSO desks in every local government unit in the country. And we will also discuss and end by showing how the roadmap and the government stakeholders can collaborate towards capacitating these civil service organizations in general and people's organizations in particular to contribute to nation building. So we'll call on the first panelist who will make a brief presentation to answer the question of our question of why or when people's organizations are considered social enterprises, or why must they aspire to be social enterprises. And this is also picking up from the earlier presentation where MSMEs will focus on reaching more people's organizations. So I would like to call on, he's multi-titled, he's known as the Banana Chief. He's also a chef, and he's the chairman of the MSMEs and People's Organization subsector now. He is a social entrepreneur, a dedicated, very dedicated one at that. He's the puno ng puso. You know how the banana has a heart, and he's the head of that puso, so of that puno. Of Villa Socorro Farms, a pioneering eco-friendly enterprise in Pagsanghan, Laguna. Through sustainable agribusiness, Villa Socorro Farms empowers local farming communities and champions farm tourism. Raymond also serves, on top of so many hats, he also serves as president of the NCR Processed Fruits and Nuts Cluster. He consults MSMEs on social entrepreneurship and lectures on business and marketing at multiple institutions, including the Ateneo de Manila University, Graduate School of Business. He is also a graduate of the Masters in Entrepreneurship, Social Enterprise Development track. He was actually my classmate, my batchmate, and my seatmate. We survived because I relied on him when the cases were on agriculture, and he relied on me for anything on finance. So it made a pretty good seatmate relationship. His work has earned him recognition as a Young Market Masters Awardee for Advocacy Marketing in 2019, and he is also recognized as a hero graduate of the Ateneo Graduate School of Business just this year in 2024. So may I call on Raymond Aaron.
Thank you.
I'll call on the other panelists later. We want to chill here.
Thank you, Pinky. That was a very long introduction. Medyo nahiya ako, but thank you. You can forget about everything. All I need you to remember is that I'm the Banana Chief. That's okay. You can forget my name, but I call myself the Banana Chief. It's a weird time to talk since you're having your merienda, but what goes perfectly well with those pancit that you're having? Banana chips. We actually have some at the back. We're selling in Tatak SE store. So should you want to support, also so while you're eating, you can nod your head. Kunyari na lang you're agreeing with me, but actually you're agreeing that the banana chips is good. I'll take that. So just a quick presentation about from my end. I wanted to talk about how we can convert our people's organizations into social entrepreneurs or social enterprises. I think the goal here is that we wanted, so Pinky and I were talking as I was still incoming, or as of
You are
today,
already. Embrace it, Raymond. Embrace
as of
it.
today, I am the chairperson of the MSME and People's Organization subsector. So we realized really had to bring in a lot of these people's organizations, and we're really trying to find how we can understand to bring in that social enterprise philosophy, social enterprise mentality into our people's organization. So what's the simple term for it, the simple way of going about it is that
when we have our people's organizations, by sheer definition, they are an organization of people. So we are focused on the social aspect of things as well as the environmental part of things. So these are the two major factors that would tie these organizations together. However, as a social entrepreneur myself, the ideology there is that, okay, we'll bring in social, we'll bring in environmental, but the key part there would be the financial sustainability of these people's organizations. So us in the MSME subsector, actually now after, I'll use Ms. Tish's definition, I'm having a hard time just saying MSME because of after that earlier presentation, now I see it as NMSME. So I think the goal there is also to bring in the nano enterprises. I know the needs would be very different. The needs of the N and an M would probably be very different from the needs of the next S and the other M. But then I guess that's our role in the MSME subsector and people's organization subsector is really to find how we can serve these other organizations that we have. So going back to my point, now it's really bringing in that financial sustainability. So how do we do that? How we do that? That means how? I mean, that's, I still don't know why I agreed to Pinky. I guess this is why, because I wanted to be a part of that how. I wanted to be a part of that reason and finding that solution and how we can do that. And my goal really is to bring success. You might look at it and say that, okay, Banana Chief doesn't know how to spell, but that's quite intentional. There's really 5 S's there. So it's not just success, but it's success. So it's really trying to build how we can bring success to these people we are trying to serve, and that means bringing us these 5 S's. So I kind of mentioned it, touched on it earlier. It's sustainability. We want to have a sustainable enterprise model so that there will be a reduction in dependency of outside funding. So when people's organizations would need to really search for outside funding, how can they be sustainable? So having that business social enterprise model brings in that S, which is sustainability. And ironically, when there is sustainability in the financial part, possibly even more social investments would come. So a lot of the newer investors would actually be more matured in a sense wherein they would want to put in, or maybe some of you are in this room, so you would want to put in investments into those enterprises which you know would be sustainable afterwards. You would want to make sure that your money would be going into a good place because that money will not just be used within the year, within the next year, but that money will be used to the third S, which is scalability. So when you put in money to a social enterprise, now that money can help boost, help drive the social enterprise into its scalability and bring in even more, whether it's sales, more people to serve. So that's the third S, scalability. And the fourth S would be your social impact. So when we have our social impact, as social entrepreneurs, we really talk about, I think we geek about KPIs, we geek about impact assessment, impact measurement. So when you have a social enterprise rather than just people's organization, now you're more particular about measuring your success. Now you won't be able to sleep at night if you're not following, succeeding in your KPIs. So that's what we're, as the concept, ideology of social entrepreneurship can bring to the PO. And lastly, you bring in social innovation. I guess this is the key point, the fifth point, because we can't be stuck doing the same things we've done the past 50 years, the past 100 years. We have so much better technology, so much better resources to really find new innovations in how we serve the people around us. And having that social entrepreneurship mindset can help really bring in these social innovations. So having these 5S mentality can now help our people's organizations convert or transition somehow into social enterprises. That's our role in my subsector to really bring this into reality. And however, it's me just looking around the room, looking at the problem. I think almost each and every presentation had the SDGs. When I look at the SDGs, I feel very small. I hope you don't mind me saying that. Like, these problems seem so big that it makes one person seem so small. So I'm a basketball geek. So the Golden State Warriors would say strength in numbers. I think I have some fellow Warriors fans here. So just the whole idea of strength in numbers. It's really just seeing people inside this. Okay, okay. You like my example, Prof. J? I see you signaling there. So yeah. So overall, just having this idea of strength in numbers, really bringing in everyone. Pinky and I have been talking about how just targeting MSMEs seem a bit smaller for us. We live in this world, but MSMEs, there are so many busy entrepreneurs. It's so hard to kind of have them dedicate their time. But we were looking at the PO numbers and saying, this is the area where we can really bring in more people, which also means really having and creating even more change in our society. So I guess I leave you with that, because this is also my first time holding the mic as a new chairperson, and this is kind of my plea to the rest of the people inside this room that we can't do it alone. It's really that idea of strength in numbers. We're in the first day. We have a few more hours here tonight, plus 2 more days to really try to work on things we can collaborate on, really try to build in new programs we haven't done the past year or so, and really working together. And as I said, there's really strength in numbers, and I hope we can build those and grow those numbers together. So, puno ng puso, I've been the Banana Chief, so thank you for listening, and I pass you on back to Pinky.
Thank you, Raymond. Stay there na, but don't get my seat. I want the leftmost. Okay, so Raymond said, we need help, we need numbers to get this done. So I'll bring in our panelists who are going to showcase maybe from what they're doing, how we can help the CSOs, the people's organizations, how we can intervene, what's being done, and how we can push it even forward. So first, I'd like to call Coach Paul Senogat. He is the co-founder and executive director of Advocacies in Praxis for Community Development, Inc., an NGO that promotes participatory and good governance. He leads as the program director for the Pasig City Civil Society Organizations Academy, the Philippines' first leadership institution for CSOs, in collaboration with the Department of Interior and Local Governments and the Pasig Local Government Unit. Additionally, Coach Paul founded the CPS Center for Leadership and Community Development, Inc., where he serves as senior training facilitator specializing in leadership, public speaking, and corporate coaching. Coach Paul has an academic background in AB Political Science. He has pursued a Master's of Arts in Theology. Father Anton, may lalaban sa'yo, with a major in Systematic Studies at St. Vincent's School of Theology, Adamson University, and holds a Juris Doctor degree from Jose Rizal University College of Law. His experience and educational foundation make him a respected leader and coach in the fields of governance, leadership, and community development. So a hand, please, in spite of that, of the very approachable and amiable Coach Paul. Yeah. And then, at this point, I'd like to call on Miss Jasmine Diaz. She's a seasoned local government operations officer and assistant division chief at the Department of Interior and Local Government at the National Capital Region. With over 12 years of service, she has led various programs aimed at enhancing local government capacities, such as local development planning, gender and development training, and full devolution implementation. Her extensive training background, including international exposure to smart city initiatives and incident command systems, underscores her commitment to community resilience and development. In her role, Jasmine has championed the inclusion of civil service society organizations, Civil society organizations, CSOs, in governance, fostering participatory development and capacity building within local communities. Her advocacy extends to social enterprises as she actively promotes sustainable solutions and collaborative initiatives that empower marginalized sectors. Her leadership and dedication to social development have earned her several awards, including recognition as the best first-line manager at DILG NCR and the best local government operations officer, DILG NCR Regional Office. Actually, I was looking at her resume, grade school pa lang, high school, consistent, valedictorian student council leader, valedictorian student council leader. So hanggang ngayon, andyan pa rin. She's innovating, she's thinking of all sorts of solutions to help in her job. So give a hand for Miss Jasmine. Yes, all right. I shall take my seat. I chose this para it's different from the other panelists and because it's the good side. Siguro I'll start with, if I was thinking micro to macro, macro to micro. It's okay. I want to do with case study. So I'll start with you, Coach Paul. I wanted to ask, with what Raymond presented as to how CSOs can become social enterprises, and considering that actually your organization has was recipient of a training assistance from DILG, the Pasig City CSO Academy, that introduced social entrepreneurship as an approach for poverty reduction, as an approach for local governance, as an approach for community development. So linking that, like what were your biggest takeaways maybe from that training? What could you share? And I think connected to that, you may want to share about what inspired you to set up this academy for CSOs, CSO Academy.
Okay, so thank you. Again, thank you for the opportunity to share here. Basically, just to give the context muna, what is Pasig City CSO Academy? We have three inspirations. Number one, we were inspired by our mayor, Mayor Vico Soto, when he opened the government for the civil society organizations. Prior to that, we have only 11 accredited and recognized organizations based on Memorandum Circular 083 of DILG. But now, as of now, we have 800 accredited and recognized civil society organizations. And the local government unit, the local chief executive, opened the local government for the participatory government mechanism. No? So, nakita namin yung pangangailangan na we need to capacitate the civil society organization to be participatory government ready. No? Number two is, we want to introduce a new culture of LGU CSO engagement. Kasi the usual CSO LGU engagement is the ayuda mentality. Ang kailangan namin sa LGU, pag magpapasko, bigyan nyo kami ng ayuda. Pagka meron kaming gagawin, we will go to the local government, we solicit, and then that's all. No? Yun lang yung naging karamihang engagement. No? At gusto natin itong i-level up. And because of that inspiration, tinayo namin yung Pasig City CSO Academy. Of course, with our pillars, DILG Pasig, Rizal Technological University, Praxis, and the local government unit of Pasig. But, this is the catch. It's all out of passion. Ginawa namin yon because we want to advance good governance and participatory governance in Pasig. We want to make this irreversible beyond the leadership of Mayor Vico Soto. Kahit magkaroon ng change of leadership, kailangan tuloy-tuloy yung mekanismo ng mapanlahok na pamamahala. And because it's out of passion, hindi namin nakita paano natin to isusustain.
Yes.
Ang trabaho ko po, I'm a corporate coach also. So yung kinikita ko sa pagbibigay ng mga trainings, ng ano, yun yung pinang-sustain namin sa academy. And then of course, some soft infra support from the DILG, SLGP. Pero hindi namin nakita na okay, kailangan natin itong i-sustain. Doon namin nakita yung importance ng social entrepreneurship.
Okay. So actually, Coach Paul's answer, or what he shared, ties in what was earlier being discussed about not relying on ayuda, which is just grants from the government, about people who enter into social enterprise being led only by passion, but no idea of how to make it sustainable. So it was at that point where they sought the training and thought that, yes, social entrepreneurship maybe is the way for this to be sustained, right? So do you have insights specific that you can share from that training? Maybe before I go to Miss Jasmine.
Yeah, of course, the definition of social entrepreneurship per se.
Okay.
No? We realize na, okay, hindi masama na it's minsan kasi we have this idea. Maybe I can say for Pasig, 99.9% na may masamang pagtingin or negative na tingin kapag ka ang CSO ay nag-engage sa pera.
Okay.
No? So, pero ito na-realize namin na importante yung social enterprise component. So right now, the Pasig City CSO Academy has a social enterprise component. And because of the training, we were able to recalibrate our sustainability roadmap. No? And in fact, by January, we will be opening the Pasig City CSO Academy for non-Pasigueños with tuition fee this time.
With tuition fee this time, yes.
So yun ho.
And it's not a bad thing for CSOs to actually engage in enterprise that makes it sustainable. Thank you, Coach. I'll get back to you in a bit. I will ask Miss Jasmine now. Siguro picking up from there, I wanted to ask you about the objectives really, like, and how is it playing out in terms of implementing the memorandum circular to establish CSO desks, and maybe is what is happening in Pasig in line with what you were hoping to achieve?
Thank you, Ms. Pinky. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start my statement with the government does not have the monopoly of resources, right? That is why under the Local Government Code of 1991, it mandates that all local government units shall engage the civil society organizations or the non-governmental organizations and private organizations in the local development planning process and even in all LGU operations. That is why we also have this DILG Memorandum Circular number 2021-012 and further amended by DILG MC number 2021-054 entitled The Establishment of the Civil Society Organization Desk Office or Offices in the local government units. So papaano po ito nag-operationalize sa mga local government units? In the 17 local government units of the National Capital Region, meron po yan kanya-kanyang civil society organization desk offices. And part of these desk officers po sila sa Coach Paul, no, na part po ng CSO Academy. And we also have, we always provide capacity development interventions to these CSO desk officers. So ito po, binibigyan po natin sila ng mga kaalaman kung paano sila makapag-participate sa local government, no? The avenues for participation in the local government units, and even the competencies that they should need in terms of participating in the decision-making process in the local government units po.
So I was going to ask also for like a people's organization here, what difference will they feel if they just existed as an organization versus getting accredited with the CSO desk, just for them to know like what to expect?
Ayan. So it's like I am selling now the program of the department. What's in it for the civil society organizations to be accredited in the local government units? Maganda pong opportunity. This is a perfect opportunity for you to engage with the local government units. And even sa amin din po sa DILG, we also accredit partners from the civil society organization for you to co-implement with us our programs, projects, and activities in various sectors po na meron po kami. So what's in it for you? Of course, we have the 4 local special bodies core local special bodies in the LGU. So ito po yung City Peace and Order Council, City or Municipal Peace and Order Council kasi meron po tayong isang munisipyo sa NCR. And we also have the Local Development Council. We also have the Local Health Board, the Local School Board. Anong ginagawa po ng mga CSOs? Provided that dapat po accredited ang mga civil society organizations, pwede po silang magkaroon ng seat or membership sa mga local special bodies na to. These local special bodies are the policy-making bodies of the local government unit. Kaya magkakaroon din po sila ng somehow parte doon sa pagdedesisyon tungkol sa ikagaganda po ng local government units.
So, yeah, for our international guests, so it's really a seat at the decision-making table, also a voice, actually. By being accredited, they can influence policy because they will be invited to partake in discussions, right? At this point, I guess I want to ask, if you can cite an example of a successful, how many CSO desks have been established, and what makes a successful one, and what factors also contribute to a desk like not being that as useful as you intended it to be?
Yes, as to the establishment of the civil society organization desk office in the local government units, we have 17 CSO desk officers. Now, as to the successes, yes, we have various successes, but I'd like to cite 2 successful implementation of this desk office. First po, I think it should be Coach Polo will showcase the success story of this CSO desk in the Pasig City. But I'd like to mention also, I heard may taga Quezon City po dito kanina. The Quezon City government, they also have this successful CSO desk office. Why? Ano po kaya yung ingredient? What's the main ingredient? Why these are successful? First, I heard from Coach Paul while ago, leadership. So if that is the priority of the leaders, of our leaders, then definitely that will be a very successful endeavor in the LGU. Why? Because leadership entails first support. Support meaning financial. Financial, so there is a budget. So if whatever be the programs, projects, and activities that these CSO or the civil society organizations accredited in the city would like to venture, they will always get the support for as long as this will give or this will improve the social services of the LGU. Second, support, finance, no? And of course, support from the Sanggunian. Yes, we have 2 branches, or actually 3 branches in the LGU, but 2 branches that should we have this executive legislative agenda. Yes. So the agenda of the local chief executive should marry with the agenda of the legislative. Why? Right. Because the executive can only implement his or her priorities if it is supported with legislation. And legislation comes from the legislative. So I think yun po yung mahalagang component po ng success. Bakit sila naging successful sa kanilang implementation on their CSO?
So combination of leadership and the policy to support that one so that funds can be released and all. So thank you. Coach Paul, can you share your insights on what makes the Pasig CSO desk or the academy, what success stories you've seen and what makes it a success and what causes failures?
I believe sa part naman ng Pasig and sa perspective ng Pasig City CSO Academy, it's the good relationship of the consortium of Pasig City CSO Academy and the CSO Desk Office. Kasi if you will look at it technically, Pasig City CSO Academy is not part of the government structure. So our challenge is how we will introduce our knowledge product, such as the policies, recommendations, and by the way, we also spearheaded the Pasig City CSO Congress, of course with the support of DILG NCR, and we came up with the Pasig City CSO agenda. But the problem is, saan namin ito dadalhin? Doon pumasok yung CSO desk. Our CSO agenda were one of the major inputs of crafting the annual investment program of Pasig City. The different concerns were integrated in the annual investment program of the city. So, nagkaroon siya ng direct impact sa policy making. Not to mention our community sensing efforts in the barangay. We have this advancing citizen action in the barangay, all with the help of DILG and the city desk officers.
Yeah, so I see now that it's really the collaboration. You have the ideas, you have your programs, but taking it to the CSO desk allows it to be part of the budget of the local government. And for them to give that support requires that leadership and cooperation. Galing, I was thinking a while ago, with seeing that. So taking that partnership now, and if we really direct it towards leading the people's organizations into social enterprise by focusing capacity building towards social enterprise. I mean, we had that discussion earlier about capacity building being the need. And you're also saying you need help on the social enterprise part to really make things sustainable. So that, for me, I think with 1 minute left, that will be my segue to Mr. Chair. How do we now come in as a roadmap to marry, and that I see the opportunity, how do we now come in and how can we help? How can we be part of that collaboration that's already there to bring in the expertise in social enterprise to the people's organizations?
Yeah, thanks. I had some ready answers before coming, but I got into like a trance just listening to them and trying to, really think like, what can we really do? I guess I'm still processing that, but overall, where I am is that we have MSMEs who had years of experience, a wealth of knowledge, and then we have a good, very big number, a very big base of organizations we can really kind of help out. So I think the goal here of us bringing in a lot more POs, people's organizations, is to really find that good blend between the two. So we can bring in that knowledge and then bring in that people and really have a thriving social enterprise landscape in these respective areas. So that's what I've seen.
Yep. I think that nicely wraps up a collaboration that we can do. We're happy to take questions from the audience.
Questions? Anyone from the audience online?
Very clear down.
Okay, very clear. So there are no questions.
Questions.
Thank you very much.
I know they weren't listening. Oh, it's so clear.
No, it was very clear, Pinky. It was very, very clear. Can we give Miss Pinky and our panelists a big round of applause?
Ay, sorry. Not so clear
Sorry, sorry. We have one question on
We were
the
so
side.
ready to move
We were
on.
so sorry. Your timekeeper is very strict today.
Watching.
I'm short. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Professor Ana Maria A. Bacujo, from
Hello?
Central Escolar University, Manila, and National University, Manila. I'm also the project leader of the Dagdunong Reading Center in Baco, Oriental Mindoro, and in Singalong, Manila. I'm also the manager of Aina Handicrafts, who are selling Mangyan products to support our scholars. So here is my question. You have mentioned about the 5S mentality, including sustainability, social investment, scalability, social impact, and social innovation. My question is, how are you going to evaluate if your organization has achieved the 5S and its impact? That's question 1.
One pa lang pala yun.
Quiz. Raymond, this is a quiz.
And then
Quiz.
another question. What category of civil society organization will be approved for accreditation? Like us, we built libraries. The Dagdag Dunong Reading Center in Manila and Mindoro, and soon in Puerto Galera. May I ask the panel if our organization will be approved as a community library? That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So who wants to answer for Raymond? Go
I'll do the
first?
first
Okay.
one, then siguro the others. But feel free to
Yes,
add.
mismo.
Parang nabalik
Quiz.
Nabalik ako sa masters. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Yeah, so siguro, I think the first part really there is the sustainability of the enterprise. I'll go with the first S. The others, for me, I think it will sort of follow once your first S is solid. As long as you have a solid business model that is sustainable financially. Kasi as a PO, usually given na yung social. Given na, if you're doing environmental, given na rin yung environmental, because that's your reason for pooling together. But then once you really achieve true sustainability in terms of that business model, wherein you know, oh, for the next year, we don't need grants. We don't need them. We're okay. We can stand on our own 2 feet and have a sustainable business model. Yun yung anchor. And then from there, I guess yung iba, nahirapan na ako sagutin, but overall, that's your anchor, then the others will sort of kind of follow after that. I hope that's
I wanted to
acceptable
add
you.
maybe that for the others, you really,
Thank you.
each enterprise sets its own metrics based on what your mission and your vision are. So you will be setting your own goals, but in sustainability, yes, at the very least, it has to be profitable and sustainable. So Prof. Carlo, may naisip lang ako while talking, and Coach was telling me that his biggest challenge now for CSO Academy, I'd love to follow his progress and do a case on it, seeing him accomplish the 5 S's in time. So ayun. If that answers the first question, yes. So your second question on if they will be accepted for accreditation based on the kind of organization they are, Ms. Jasmine?
Yeah, to answer the second question, I'm not very sure as to the category of that civil society organization your organization will fall, but for our circular on the accreditation of the civil society organization in the local government units is open. It's open. For as long as you meet the requirements and none of the disqualification, then I'm pretty sure that your organization will be considered. But of course, in complying with the requirements, that's very strict. So just make it or submit a complete requirements during the inventory of that, or during the submission, or when you want to be accredited, so that you will be considered. So number 1, kailangan po kumpleto lang yung requirements. And then marami po kasing hihingin yun. Marami po mga papel na hihingin. Ikumpleto lang po.
Would those requirements be available, like they can look it up online?
Yes,
Oh,
po.
yeah. So maybe you can look at it, and maybe you could go visit your CSO desk in your LGU, and hopefully, it will qualify you for the training and accreditation, and you have a voice in policy making in your area.
We have one more
Okay.
question.
Oh, there's one more.
Yes.
Okay.
Last question for
Wow, last
for them, sorry.
Yeah, about the DLG, Ma'am just mentioned about the memorandum circular, about the establishment of CSUDES and the institutionalization of People's Council. We would like to know the status if this about the implementation, if the LGUs are doing this CSODES establishment and the institutionalization of People's Council, Madam.
Yes, as to the compliance of our local government units, as to our CSODES, yes, they are complying. But as to the people's institutionalization of People's Council, we, as of today or as of this year, we have 3 People's Council in the National Capital Region. Bakit po kaya ganon? Because our memorandum circular is permissive. So it just urges the local government units to establish.
It urges but does not require.
Yeah, hindi po kasi siya mandatory. So yun po yung catch doon. Kaya siya ganun pa lang po. But we are doing our best in the the ILG NCR to really push for the organization of the People's Council in the local government units.
So I guess it's another motivation for us. Like if we were to show more success cases, it would encourage them to actually set it up, right? Coach Paul, you want to add?
Like sa case ng Pasig, actually, we don't have yet our People's Council. Kasi maybe it's easy to comply. Kailangan lang to confederate all the organizations, confederate themselves, supported by a system of partnership ordinance. But capacity development is very important. Kasi kahit may People's Council, kapag hindi pa handa ang mga civil society organization to engage into the different local special bodies and non-codal special bodies, still compliant lang siya. No? Kaya mas sa Pasig, ang perspective namin, especially ni Mayor Vico, step by step tayo. I-capacitate muna natin ang mga mamayan, thereafter, saka natin i-establish. And this 2025, that's the goal, to establish already the Pasig City People's Council. Yun po sa case ng Pasig City.
So I really see that maybe that's where the roadmap comes in the capacity building of the people's organization so that they are ready for all the ordinance that is made to help them succeed. Yes?
Yeah. Ma'am just mentioned about the 3 cities in NCR na mayroong People's Council. May we know, I know QC is one. What are the other 2?
Mandaluyong.
And
What was the other one? Sorry, it's 2.
2.
Yeah,
So,
Mandaluyong and
Quezon
Quezon
City.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Ms. Pico po and our esteemed panelists. May we invite you to stay in the middle of the stage. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they receive their certificates of appreciation. And they will also have their photo op. Thank you very much, everyone. And finally, now we come to our final session of today, focusing on corporations and their contribution to social enterprises. We'll hear from representatives of the Ayala Group and the UN Global Compact Network Philippines, who are leading the way in mobilizing corporate support for the social and solidarity economy. The person who will be moderating this panel is the Vice President of the Bayan Family of Foundations. He is also a board member of the Society for the Advancement of Professional Social Entrepreneurs. Let us all welcome Professor Carlos Sagun.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Are we still here for the last session? Hopefully, right? So, well, before I even introduce our panel discussants for this final session for the first day of our 3-day conference, I'd like to start with the 3 objectives of this session, right? The first objective is really to fulfill our design objective for the day one, for the first day and all days of the conference, which is really to start strong and to finish strong, right? And why is that so? We started a while ago, if you would remember, this morning, we started with the star power of Mayor Joy Belmonte and how she aims to put or position Quezon City as the social enterprise capital of the country, right? And now we'll be finishing strong, right, by highlighting the Ayala Group of Companies' efforts in threading needles, right, and moving mountains to make available resources, right, to move this social enterprise roadmap. From the very start up until today, right? We started with Mayor Joy, and we're ending now with Ayala Group, right? Primarily, because we also want to highlight how they also made available resources, right? Peso resources at that, to really make this conference possible for everyone. So probably with that, let's give the Ayala Group of Companies a big round of applause for making this available, not just for Philippine stakeholders, but for ASEAN stakeholders as well, right? Second, of course, in relation to the first as well, of course, we would like to highlight Ayala Group's leadership in this social enterprise development roadmap. And there's a reason for that. We started with their leadership in the first few years of this roadmap's implementation because the intention was really to inspire other conglomerates later on that it can be done in a conglomerate-wide scale, right? And with that, the third objective is really to start our campaign to really get other Filipino conglomerates to get on board this national movement that we've started a couple of years back, right? So with that, given the first objective of finishing with the star power, right, in day one, I'd like to introduce our panel discussants. The first panel discussant is not from the Ayala Group, right? But throughout the years of their operations as a social enterprise, they've actually gone the full circle. They've actually experienced the different programs that will be shared by the Ayala Group later on, right? So with that, I'd like to introduce Jo and Daya, who's actually, she told me a while ago that I can introduce her as a yoga instructor, right? And a 24/7 mom. But more than that, and relevant to our panel discussion, she's the co-founder of Happy Helpers.
Hi,
Right? Good afternoon,
everyone.
Joanne.
Good afternoon. Happy morning. Happy to be here.
And to continue the women star power, right, in our panel discussants list, right, I'd like to introduce as well Carmina Marquez, who's currently serving as the chairperson of the corporation subsector, right, and the executive director of BPI Foundation, right? A little more about BPI Foundation later on and how they were really instrumental in starting the social enterprise roadmap. So hi, Carmina, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon to all. Nice to see you again since this morning. Are we still awake at this time? Hopefully, save the best for last.
Yeah, definitely. Our third star, right, is, well, if you were here in last year's conference, Mr. FZA or Mr. Fernando Zobel Ayala actually introduced her as his favorite executive within the Ayala Group, right? So it's Jinky Aguinaldo, who is currently serving as the co-chairperson of the corporation subsector and currently the head of Alagang Ayala Land, right? Orchestrating all the sustainability initiatives of the Ayala Land subsidiary of the Ayala Group of Companies. Of course, in as far as, well, mobilizing the programs in their different subsidiaries within Ayala Land as well. Because later on, you'll find out Ayala Group would have different subsidiaries, but within Ayala Land, they would also have other subsidiaries. So she's orchestrating all these initiatives under the guise of Alagang Ayala Land, right?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be back on our second year of the conference for the SE Development Roadmap. Gandang hapon po.
Good afternoon, Jinky. Okay, and then we also have, right, a third mover, right, in the history of Ayala Group's participation, right, in the SE roadmap, right? So, well, He's my lone male counterpart in this panel discussion, right? So without further ado, Mr. Jaynan Ednalino, who's actually the business development head of BPI Banco, the microfinance subsidiary of BPI, right? Okay, so last but not the least, I told you a while ago that we'll be highlighting the leadership of Ayala Group in the context of the implementation of the SE development roadmap, right? But as I've also said, the third objective is really about mobilizing other Filipino conglomerates already, right? And that's really the importance and that's really the relevance of our last, but I guess in the context of the future strategies and future initiatives of the group, one of the most important movers of this group moving forward, right? The chairperson of the UN Global Compact Network Philippines, Vicky Tan.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. It's my pleasure to be here. And it's also a good time to be connected with my fellow Ayalans.
Well, for everyone's benefit, right? UN Global Compact Network Philippines, as it will be discussed in length later on by Vicky, right? One of the founding members was really Ayala Corporation back in 2016, right? Back in 2016. And although we have Vicky Tan here as a key informant for UN Global Compact Network Philippines, and the entry of other conglomerates into this movement, probably later on, right? She's also wearing her hat, right, as the head of Enterprise Risk Management and the Sustainability Unit of Ayala Corporation, right? So, well, we can start with the discussion already. Probably, Ayala is a conglomerate that doesn't need any introduction, at least here in the Philippines, right? But given that we're starting to grow this movement and that we're getting collaborators from all over the region, probably it might good for our ASEAN stakeholders here in the room, right, and even online, to know a bit more about the Ayala group of companies, right? So probably I can ask Jinky first, right? Jinky, probably we can tell the stakeholders what the Ayala group of companies also is all about, and its sustainability agenda throughout the entire conglomerate.
Okay, I can explain for Ayala Land, but it's better for Vicky to explain as a conglomerate being our head in sustainability as well, Prof. Then I can complement later as to the specifics.
Okay, so Ayala Corporation is one of the most enduring corporation or conglomerates in the country. We are here for more than 190 years. So our portfolio is classified into three. We have the core value drivers. Ayala Land is one of them. We have BPI, Globe, and ASEN. And we also have emerging businesses. So we made investments in healthcare and logistics because we want to improve the experience in those sectors. And we have also our portfolio investments that's in AC mobility. So if you need an EV, get BYD. I-plug pa ako. And of course, we have education. We are a partner with iPeople for the education sector. And we have our foundation, Ayala Foundation, the social arm of the Ayala Group. Now, our sustainability agenda is focused into three areas: climate, nature, and the inequality or the social side. Because we know that the most pressing issues of our time right now is about climate change. But our sustainability framework is divided into two. The first one, ESG impact management, meaning we have to manage our negative and positive impact. And the other side is CSB, creating shared value, and it actually ties in with the presentation of the incoming president, Mr. Chief, a while ago. It's about addressing societal gaps, and then you put into your resources, whether it's financial, human capital, intellectual capital, and then come up with innovative solutions and bringing it up to scale. And of course, the last equation there you should always have financial sustainability because you will not be a going concern without that financial sustainability. So I'll turn you now over to Jinky.
Now, you heard it from the awardee of the ASEAN, one of the ASEAN best leaders in sustainability, Ms. Vicky Tan. No? She was awarded in Singapore, right? Okay, so you heard it. It's very comprehensive. The approach, if I can explain about what we do as an operating entity in Ayala Land. So we have projects like focusing on, there are pillars actually that we try to follow in sustainability, and one is community engagement, and this involves livelihood programs that we have, and we focus first on the neighboring communities where our businesses are present. So what we do as a conglomerate is we try to integrate the programs each of the companies have, and we try to collaborate to make sure that we have scale in how we do things or how we support the communities that we cater, no, with our businesses. Okay, there are new endeavors now, new ventures with Ayala. You heard about BYD. Don't worry, the malls will provide the chargers. No, kasi that has been a problem. So we have our EV chargers in the malls. So no problem to buy BYDs now. No, that's one of the collaboration that we have as a business. So see, the approach is really integrated. We collaborate, and there's convergence amongst the business units in Ayala. And also to make it happen, Prof, is that it's part of our KRA. You mentioned, the Banana Chief mentioned about KPIs. In Ayala, we have our KRAs, and community development livelihood program is part of it.
Okay, but probably I'd like to dovetail on the integration of that KRA and probably to share with everyone. I'd like to ask or probe on that with probably Jinky or Carmina. Why it actually makes sense for the entire Ayala Group to be a part of the SE roadmap. Because you've been actively contributing to this SE roadmap from the very start, right? And not just actively participating in lip service for everyone's benefit. None of our big events since we started would have been possible if it weren't for the financial or resource support of the Ayala Group of companies. So when we do conduct our strategic planning interventions, we ask our stakeholders what your strategy is. But we don't listen to what they say. We actually look at the financials. We look at where they're putting their money. And the Ayala Group is really putting their money, right, in this particular endeavor. So why does it make sense for the entire Ayala Group to be a part of it? For everyone's benefit, around 18 subsidiaries of the conglomerate has actually been onboarded already, as you may have seen in the state of the subsectors this morning, the report of our chairperson for the corporation subsector. So why does it make sense for the group to be a part of this?
Actually, it's very, if I may, go ahead, Jinky. If I may, if you would allow me to explain, no, actually, this is a very important endeavor for us, specifically for us at BPI Foundation, as the social development arm of Bank of the Philippine Islands, or what you know as BPI. We focus on actually two main pillars, which is financial literacy and social enterprise, and enterprise development and livelihood. And it's in enterprise development and livelihood that we have SINAG as our flagship program. As I presented earlier this morning, SINAG is our flagship program for social enterprises. No, we don't only just onboard or register these enterprises as social enterprises to be known as SINAG alumni or SINAG participants, but we actually nurture them through training, mentoring, boot camps, and later on providing them with market access where they would gain more out of this journey, no, with BPI Foundation. And I think the synergies between BPI Foundation and Alagang Ayala Land is actually very important for us as one of the first movers of the SE national roadmap, no. And I'm sure Jinky or Ayala Land would share the same objective for us to be able to nurture our social enterprises moving forward.
Yeah, I think it was identified earlier as part of the important component of our social enterprise roadmap was really market access. So the opportunity for our social enterprise to feature their product is kind of rare in this country and kind of expensive. So what we do, since we have our malls in Ayala, we cater to the social enterprises. They were given free spaces in the malls so they can have their activation and sell their products. It's kind of, it supports us, no? It's two-pronged. We support our social enterprises and they also give us the customers because we become a destination for consumers to buy certain products that our neighboring community social enterprises produce.
Thank you. So people might be asking, well, these big corporations are not social enterprises, right? So why are they here? And probably that's something that we can also together explain relative to our objective of relating this to the wider social and solidarity economy later on. Before we move on into the overview of the program synergies that the Ayala Group does have currently, I'd like to go to Joe and Daya, because at the end of the day, we're all for developing social enterprises here. And before we actually explain or present the program synergies between the Ayala Group, we'd like to start with a social enterprise example, right? That has experienced all the value-adding programs that the Ayala Group of companies had introduced. So they've been experiencing it for the past half-decade, and this is something that all of you social enterprises can also experience when you onboard yourselves into the social enterprise roadmap. And mind you, these are just programs from the corporation subsector, right? We're not yet talking about the programs of the NGOs, the academe, and so on and so forth, right? So let's hear it from Joe.
Thank you, Prof. Carlo. So I'm very happy and actually very honored to be, as Carlo had mentioned, among the stars. And we're very proud to be a living testament of the amazing work that the corporations and these people have been providing for. But more than that, I'm truly very honored to share the story of Happy Helpers. So we are a story of resilience, hope, and the power of community. So as we approach our 10th anniversary in January, I'd like to take you back where we began and what fuels our mission every day. So Happy Helpers was founded in January 2015 with a simple yet powerful vision to create a better life for mothers from marginalized communities through dignified and reliable work. These women come from challenging backgrounds, facing economic and social barriers. But they share a strength and determination to uplift themselves and their families. We began with just 5 women, mothers who took a leap of faith with us, who believed that together we could build something meaningful. And today we are very proud to say that this leap of faith has paid off. We now employ 85 women across 3 branches in Taguig, Muntinlupa, and Quezon City. Each of these women has a story, a family, and a dream. And they are at the heart of what we do. Through their hard work, we have provided cleaning services to over 10,000 homes, offices, and even warehouses across Metro Manila and beyond. But the impact, it really goes far beyond the numbers. Each home cleaned represents a mother earning a steady income, a child being provided for, and a community growing stronger. Of course, like any growing enterprise, we faced many challenges. As our client base expanded, so did the resources, or the need for resources, like new vehicles, additional trainings, additional tools. And in 2017, we were blessed to participate in the BPI Sinag Challenge. So this was a competition organized by the BPI Foundation and Bayan Academy to support social enterprises like ours. This experience was truly a lifeline for us. We were selected as one of the top 10 social enterprises, receiving a cash grant, invaluable mentorship, and media exposure. Suddenly, our story was being shared on CNN, ANC, the Philippine Star, and Business World, shining a light on our mission and the incredible women behind Happy Helpers. The mentoring we received didn't just change the business. It also inspired my partner and co-founder, Maan, who was our lovely host and moderator for today, to pursue her master's degree in social entrepreneurship under Dr. Morato in the MESITEV program. The knowledge she gained there has helped us grow with a strong foundation rooted in social impact. But our growth brought new challenges again. Initially, we paid our women in cash. Oh, that's the wrong slide. Hold on. There we go. So initially, we paid our women in cash daily, but as our team expanded, managing these cash transactions became quite difficult. So once again, the PPI Foundation came to our aid, connecting us to Banco in 2020. With Banco's help, we created a simple yet powerful payroll system that allowed our women to open bank accounts with just one government ID. So this small change has made a world of difference. Now each of our women has a bank account, allowing them to save more and plan for the future. Many have even shared the surprise and joy of being able to set aside money for the very first time in their lives, something they had never thought possible. Another important step came for us in 2021 when we began working with Ayala Land Inc. through an initial project with Alveo, preparing units for the new owners. This partnership has shown us the potential for growth, and we're hopeful that we can expand this relationship not only with Alveo, but across all Ayala lands and their other properties as well. All properties as well. I just emphasize.
Promise, Joe, promise.
Promise!
Yeah,
and we
because-
have this live. Thank you,
Yeah,
ma'am.
because presently I'm working with Ayala Property Management.
Yes.
So I handle 4 brands. So you're in 1 brand already. So you'll have 3
Yes.
more.
Thank you very much. We continue the growth of our communities. Okay. All right, now I can end, no, but not yet. So, and in December 2021, we joined the Sinag Sari Sari Store Initiative. Here, we could proudly display all our natural cleaning solutions and showcase our services to a broader audience, meeting customers who share our values of sustainability and community upliftment. So as we approach, okay, all right. That's all right if it's not working. Oh, there. There. Okay. So as we approach this milestone anniversary, we can't help but feel very grateful, and especially for the good news that was just shared with everyone in this room. Okay, for the partners who have supported us and continue to support us, for the families whose lives have been transformed, and for the communities we continue to serve. But there's so much more we can achieve together. To keep growing, to serve even more homes, to empower even more mothers, we're looking for partners who share our values. Partners who believe in creating opportunities for the marginalized and building something that benefits everyone involved. So we would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to BPI Foundation, Banco, and Ayala Land Inc. for their continuous support of social enterprises like ours, helping us create lasting change in our communities. Together, we can make even a greater impact, bringing dignity and opportunity to more families, one clean home at a time. Thank you for being part of our story today and for considering joining us on this journey of hope, empowerment, and community. So here's to the future of happy helpers and the possibility of making a difference together. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe, for that sharing. Right? Right. So we started with Joe because he wanted to put a face in the social enterprise, one of the many social enterprises that the Ayala Group is currently supporting. So just with BPI Foundation alone, they've supported over 1,000, right? With the Alagang Ayala land, they've had more or less 1,600 locators all over the country. And with BPI Banco, among their clientele in their a little less than 400 branches nationwide, right? There are also thousands. There's also thousands of social enterprises in that clientele base, right? So just to put a face in what these social enterprises are and who the people behind them would be, right? We started with Joe. But to put in the details or to share the details of these programs, I pass on the floor to Carmina, Jinky, and Jainan for the program synergies of SINAG, Alagang Ayala Land, and BPI Banco.
Okay, SINAG, as I had mentioned, is the flagship program of BPI Foundation, no, as far as enterprise development and livelihood is concerned. And coincidentally, SINAG is also 10 years, going to be 10 years in 2025. It was launched in 2015, same year as Happy Helpers, no? And Happy Helpers has been a long-time partner of SINAG. And it's with a mission to uplift the Filipino social enterprises. We don't just uplift the enterprise itself, but it allows us to uplift the lives of individual people, the employees of our social enterprises, no? And it's empowering social entrepreneurs. SINAG empowers social entrepreneurs to achieve the bottom line: people, planet, and profit. So just beyond profit, these social enterprises, we help these social enterprises address a societal problem in the community. And so in 2024, BPI introduces SINAG Elevate, a new program iteration focused on supporting established social enterprises in scaling their impact and advancing their resilience through enhanced mentorship, funding, and strategic support. So some of you or most of you must have seen this morning, but just to show you, SINAG has evolved from just a brand for social and simply for social enterprises, giving the basics or providing the basics to social enterprises back in 2015 when it was launched. And it evolved to the first cohort. It evolved to having the first cohort graduation, celebrating the first group of SINAG social entrepreneurs completing the program. And in 2020, in the pandemic, due to the circumstances, we adapted to online webinars and training sessions to continue our support remotely. An expansion with SINAG Sari Sari started in 2022, focused on grassroots training for micro-enterprises and local businesses. And now in 2024, we launched the SINAG Exclusive or SINAG Inclusive and SINAG Elevate, where we introduce new programs to broaden impact and support the SEs. So the evolution from inception to 2024, so we have SINAG Elevate, SINAG Inclusive, SINAG Sari Sari, all empowers our social enterprises such as Sari Sari stores, not only with the skills that they need to be able to nurture and expand their businesses, but we also serve them or provide financial literacy across these social entrepreneurs, so that they'll be financially savvy and be able to make wise financial decisions, not only for their businesses, but even for their personal requirements. So adding value to the SE roadmap is capacity building through SINAG. So we have actually penetrated 3 communities for SINAG, no, with the help of Bayan Academy, of course. So we have connected enterprises and communities through learning and inclusion, specifically across these areas, Quezon City, BARM, and even Odyongan in Romblon. So for the democratization of capacity building through BPI Sinag, we have BPI Sinag Elevate, where 38 SEs completed the boot camp and top 10 were provided 300,000 pesos worth of grants each. And these are the brands that you see on screen that were provided. These are the brands that you see on screen that were part of the top brands that were awarded with the grants. And Sinag Elevate Inclusive Program actually entailed about allowed 505 SE trainees. Majority were from the SE Roadmaps pilot LGUs, which what I mentioned earlier, Quezon City, Odyongan, and BARM.
Yeah. So we now transfer the floor to Jinky relative to Alagang Ayala Land, but probably as a postscript to the numbers that Carmina mentioned in that previous slide. Those were just for 2024. Imagine, they've been doing this for 10 years already, right? So yes, Jinky, for Alagang Ayala Land.
Okay, for Alagang Ayala Land, this is the Community Development Livelihood Generation Program of Ayala Land. And, okay, so we established Alagang Ayala Land centers across our 32 malls then when we started in 2021. But now we are 35 malls already, so it has also expanded in terms of how we catering the social enterprises. At first, we focused on our neighboring communities. And when we started, the target then was have 10 social enterprises in 2021. But during that first year of when we were trying to help the communities during the pandemic, we reached around 300 plus of social enterprises during our first year of activation. Then the second year, 2023, it reached to 1,600 social enterprises across the country. So this is the program that we have. And it's not just the malls that cater to our social enterprises. We have our hotels. And earlier, I met one of the social enterprises that served our Seda New Valley Hotel, no? And also our estates. So the weekend markets at the time, since there's a challenge on the mobility of the residents in our estates, or these are the communities where we have integrated development. So we have offices, we have malls, and the residential towers or the horizontal developments that we have now. So the estates cater through the weekend markets, no, so that the customers can just easily go to these weekend markets that we have in our estates. Okay, that's about it with Alagang Ayala Land.
Now we turn the floor over to Jainan, who's going to talk about BPI Bangko.
Thank you. Pardon the husky voice. But yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Okay. As you may, just a context, no? BPI Direct Bangko, or Bangko for short, is the microfinance and financial inclusion arm of BPI. So we share the same vision with our parent company, which is building a better Philippines, one family, one community at a time. Okay, so part of the first communities would be, of course, Happy Helpers. So, and in terms of the products that we have introduced, the financial products, these are basically foot in the door products, no, or financial products for the unbanked and underserved. Now, specifically for the social enterprises, these are what we, of course, intend to offer them. No? Of course, on the microfinance or borrowing side, we have two. No, well, actually, the second one, the Agri-Negosyo Colon, was just recently launched. It's still in the pilot stage. The first one is our, in a way, flagship microfinance solution. No? And it's basically targeted towards the self-employed micro-entrepreneurs. So that will, of course, include our social entrepreneurs. And currently, we have, well, these are updated, no? The updated rates would be from 2.55% to 2.75%. So again, we want to make it easier for our prospective clients, the social enterprises, for example, to gain access to affordable solutions and with flexible terms and quick turnaround times. No? So we make it accessible. We have the loan products are essentially between 15,000 up to 500,000. Okay, and the requirements are very basic. So not a lot of requirements. Okay, and then for the Agri-Negosyo Colon, this is actually still in a pilot space. But it's intended towards small scale or small platformers. And again, very competitive rates. And it's dependent on the crop cycle of the farmers. No? So let's say if you're talking about onions, it's around 8 months. No? And they don't have to pay on a monthly basis. It's actually paid off upon loan maturity. Okay? And then lastly, of course, part of our financial inclusion would be to teach our clients savings. No? So, and aside from our basic deposit account, which is the Pondoco, we have also Todo Savings, no? Which what we intend to do here is to teach them not to just, put their hard-earned money in piggy banks or in the walls like that, which has high risk of get maybe caught on fire, stolen, etc. So we want to teach them, look, you don't have to just save, it can also earn. No, that's why we have what we call a Todo Savings, which can earn 5% per annum. No, so they don't have to do anything, no milestone, no challenge. No, so and they just have to maintain at least 5,000 pesos up to 1 million. So, but bottom line. These are basic deposit products, basic loan products that that doesn't require a lot of documentation, etc. So it's a more relaxed set of requirements. Now, aside from us being physically present, as Prof. Carlo mentioned, we have around 365 branches already nationwide, which are mostly outside Metro Manila. We also are going digital. No? So we have our Banco mobile app, so we call it the bank for everyone. No, so in order for you just to open an account, as Joe mentioned earlier, just one valid ID. No, it doesn't even have to be a government-issued ID. Even a barangay certificate can be accepted. No, and then they can open either a Todo Savings or a Pondoco Savings. And then there, it's basically they can send money for free, via InstaPay to other banks. They can pay bills, buy load, and earn rebates, and of course pay their loans. So basically, the Banco mobile app is customer friendly. It's safe and secure, and of course with digital excellence. So again, it's phygital. So we have physical presence and then digital presence there. And then to add value to the SE roadmap, and of course with that intention of financial inclusion through SEFP, what's that? It's our financing platform. No? So it's a consolidated financing platform which basically would allow the SEs, so the social enterprises, to gain access to various financing options. No? So the objective is basically converge financial services of social enterprises into one platform. So it's a consolidated platform. And then integrate capacity building and impact assessment services from other SE roadmap stakeholders. Okay? And our role from BPI Banco would be, of course, the SEs will gain access to to its product lines. As mentioned earlier, affordable and very, kumbaga, it's less hassle in terms of collecting the requirements and submitting them to us. No? So, and of course, they gain access to our digital channels. Okay? So, there. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for that. And yeah, basically, these are the three initial movers. But when they signed into the SE roadmap, their promise or their commitment was to onboard as many Ayala subsidiaries as possible. So now, you saw in the logos this morning as presented by Carmina that a lot more of these subsidiaries have joined in. AC Energy, AC Logistics, AC Education, Ayala Hotels and Resorts, and so on and so forth. And all of them are contributing towards our shared objective of developing social enterprises. And it was strategic on the end of the Ayala group of companies who contributed initially in the SE roadmap to start in their own backyard because they wanted to show other conglomerates that it can be done, right? And now for our last segment, probably we can learn more about UNGCNP and what its possible role could be in generating more awareness for other Filipino conglomerates as regards social enterprise development in general, and probably even joining hands with the Ayala group of companies in the SE roadmap.
I think you forgot one more subsidiary, which also has a big social enterprise projects, and that is Globe. And they are nationwide. So another one to include in the list. Okay. For the UN Global Compact Network Philippines, the UN Global Compact in New York, that's the headquarters. That is the world's largest corporate sustainability initiatives. We have, at this moment, 26,000 members. Those are all from private sector and civil society, NGOs, even academics. The movement or the compact was established in year 2000 by the late Kofi Annan, and that is to put a pace in this corporate sustainability movement. And from then, we increased and continuously increasing the membership. Now, in the Philippines, we started, or the movement, the compact was revived. Namatay daw siya so hindi ko alam. Pero yung official na narrative is that it was revived in 2016, and Ayala Corporation was one of the founding members, together with Nestle Philippines, Manila Doctors, Land Bank, Filipina Shell, and the Philippine Marketing Association. We started with 5 companies or 10 companies. Now we are 66. Out of that 66 companies, we have 33 large private and publicly listed companies, and we have about 20 plus SMEs. And one of them is actually a social enterprise, Morination. I think she is here somewhere. I cannot see her with all these lights, but so what is our purpose? The purpose of the Global Compact is really to push for a more sustainable way of doing business. One is that there are the 10 principles that we have to embed in our strategies, policies, in our procedures, in our operations. And these 10 principles can be divided into 4. Of course, number 1 is human rights, anti-corruption, the business sustainability, and of course, the environment in itself. And I think you know very well that in 2016, the UN launched the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is the pin, right? This beautiful colored pin. And it actually envisioned, that is the very good encapsulation of the future that we all want. The future that there is no poverty, there is no inequality, we are living in a healthy planet, there is peace, and there is economic activities as well. So by 2050, we are all dreaming that the 9.5 billion people in this planet can live well within the 9 planetary boundaries. And the SDGs is the envision of that. People, planet, and prosperity. In the Philippines, we organize it also in the same manner. We have people, planet, and prosperity pillars. During the pandemic, we saw that most of our members, they are grappling on how can we survive this pandemic. And they are not only thinking of their own companies, they are thinking of their supply chain. And in our data in the Philippines, 99.5% are SMEs. Out of the 1 million, 1 point plus million listed entities in the Philippines, only 5,000 companies are considered private and large companies. The rest, they are all SMEs. And so, with that clamor from the members, we came up with this private sector champions on people, planet, and pillar. And so we have, for the people pillar, if I'm not mistaken, we have programs for mental health at that time, well-being, physical well-being, food security, because we don't know what will happen to them. And then we have prosperity, and that's where we taught them how to do digital marketing, because everything should go digital during that time. We put them in touch with the markets and give them business continuity training. For the planet pillar, this one, you will like it, because we realize that in solving global issues, there is no competition, only competition. So Globe, PLDT, the two largest telcos that we have, they are working together to solve the issue, to have a proof of concept in relation to plastic collection. So we partnered with one of the barangays in Quezon City, and we came up with a program. How are we going to collect all of this plastic? But before that, we capacitate the household. So this is how you're going to get the plastic, clean, dry, etc. And because of that, for every kilo, you will be given a load. Malakas yun pag sinabi mong load ang ibibigay sa'yo. Lalapit talaga sila, eto na kami. Dala-dala namin ang aming mga plastics. So may kapalit. At the same time, we partnered with BEST. That's another entity. They actually recycle it and they can come up with products. So that's how we are now organized in GCNP. Because of this program, the global network, the headquarters, they saw what we are doing in the Philippines, and they come up with the idea to have a global program for MSMEs, and they call it Spark. And so they are now, what they call this, formalizing the different activities that we have instituted in the Philippines, but they did it very well. Meron na ngayong platform, wala kaming pera eh. So kami, pakiusap lang, tulungan nyo kami, nagtutulungan, because we understand that this is for the country. And so with these initiatives from the Philippines, we now have a global program for MSMEs, globally. And so we are proud to say that probably because it is innate with the members to help, and they are really not just helping, but compassion, probably at that time, and malasakit, because they don't know what will happen to the supply chain or their suppliers. How are we going to help? As Global Compact Network, we offer a lot of accelerator programs, whether your issue is climate, whether it's SDG, whether it's human rights, or even the last one is gender equality and living wage. So we have those programs, and you can avail of it. And then we can have a small peer discussion, like networking, benchmarking, what works, what did not work. So something like that. And so ang dami na nun. What is very, I'm so proud of what we are doing in GCNP is because conglomerates, we have SM in the membership. We have Aboitiz. We have San Miguel. We just, I think just last week, Mega World is now part of the membership. So marami na. So then you will see that there is that common vision. The common vision is to have a better future for all Filipinos. So that's how we work. And how are we going to help each other? Just let us know we are here. One of my colleagues in GCNP can give you the contact number, and then we can actually give you initial briefings on how to embed sustainability in your journey. Without sustainability, it's difficult to be in the business for the next 10 years. There's a lot of things that we need to discuss and to be concerned about.
Thank you for that response, Vicky, as regards an overview of UNGCNP. So, for your knowledge, Jinky is actually our committee head for our corporation subsector committee. So she'll take your word for it when you said, just let us know how you want us to help. And we'll be knocking on your door starting January 1, 2025.
Okay. Actually, we started MSME Caravan, and that started in Baguio last August. And of course, our partner is SM. They provided the venue. And then we have here Mori Nation. They actually came with all of their farmers. So the farmers, they sold all their products during that time, but we have given them time to please sit down because we want to talk to you. And these are the things that you should know because you have to be sustainable in your business. So the caravan started in Baguio, and then Mayor Magalong came. Mayor Benji Magalong came, and he actually said that he wants to have more of that in Baguio City. But wait lang, we have to cover the whole Philippines. So we started in Baguio, and we are now finalizing the program, and we will be attaching it to the Global Spark program of the UN Global Compact, because on that note, we can actually, similar to what happened to Joe and Daya, CNN, giving you all this mileage, then the best probably, or the things that we are doing, it can be also featured in the website of the UN Global Compact. We have a very good story, but I don't know if Bayo is considered social enterprise. Probably baka mas mataas na, Bayo. So Bayo is also a member of UN Global Compact, and their stories was featured in the last regional conference of the Global Compact in Malaysia. And actually, she was invited to be in the bigger UN Assembly last September. Unfortunately, hindi lang nag-match yung mga schedule. And I'm sure that is only one story out of the many that we can feature because of our current situation right now in the Philippines. So we have very innovative entrepreneurs, as I can say it, and all they need is a little bit of pushing siguro and a little bit of access, and they can do a lot, right?
Thank you for that, Vicky. So, well, to conclude, you saw just one conglomerate how they've been helping out social enterprises. They're not social enterprises per se, but they're contributing so much for the social enterprise sector, right? And in the morning, Mayor Joy started with a message that they want to become the social enterprise capital of the country. They're not also a social enterprise. They're a public agency, but they have that intention, right? And actually, that's something that I'd like to connect with what Jonathan and I were talking about over lunch a while ago. He said that I see what you did with the theme, harmonizing SE and SSE initiatives in furtherance of SDGs, right? I think that's where the discussion has to be made. We don't have to align on everything, right? But at the very least, the dialogues will result into increased awareness, more interest as regards collectively contributing to these initiatives so that more and more we can actually gain better ground as regards delivering the Sustainable Development Goals. So with that, I'd like to end our session.
Questions.
Oh, there
Before
are
you go,
questions.
sorry, thank you, Carlo, for summarizing and ending that panel. But before you go, we actually have 2 questions, and I'm sorry, we do only have room for 2 questions at the moment as we've been over time. The first question, can Banco or BPI Banco corroborate with cooperatives in terms of joint ventures, co-branding, service agreements, or partnerships?
Definitely. So
Yes.
yes, we like that. So
Okay.
we'll connect. So because that's part of our mission also to
Okay.
really make it closer to social enterprises, to the members of the cooperatives.
Okay, wonderful.
So
So
that's one of
it's an
our
affirmative.
Yeah. So well, we started with co-ops of farmers. So in San Jose, in what's that? Yeah, Nueva Ecija, Cagayan. So
Okay, thank you very,
very much open.
Thank you, Janan. We do have another question. Someone approached me. Here.
Good afternoon po. I am Annette Mendoza from Pampanga, Region 3, representative of National Anti-Poverty Commission Workers in the Informal Sector, HomeNet, Philippines. As I listen to the inspiring success
another
story of
question.
Happy Helper from Ayala Group livelihood programs, it feels like music to my ears. Seeing how small business owners like me have found support from your initiative, and it sparked my curiosity. So I couldn't resist to ask not only one question, but 2. I'm sorry about that. My question number 1 is, what are the requirements and process for nano and micro entrepreneurs to access Ayala Group support, whether it's funding, mentorship, or training programs? Question number 2 is, how does Ayala Group assess and select projects for investment or support, especially in areas like sustainable development, technology, and social enterprise that might benefit micro and nano enterprises like me? Yun lang po.
If I may, I can answer the first question on the requirements. No? Actually, every year, BPI Foundation does a call for applicants for our social enterprises. No? And what you can expect if you're eligible, you can expect mentoring, capacity building support. We provide you with market access as well. You can reach us through our Facebook page or Instagram at BPI Foundation. Or maybe after this, we can have a little chat just so we can talk about your requirements and application as a social entrepreneur. Thank you for your question.
Probably an integrative answer as well, knowing the 3 programs. For BPI Sinag, Sinag Elevate is a little bit more for acceleration, right? So probably it depends on your business documentation, but that's why they introduced Sinag Inclusive, right? It's really a preparatory stage or intervention for you to be able to grow yourself first before joining that acceleration program. Right? And then I'll speak on behalf of Sinag Sari-Sari, right? Because we're also a part of that group, right? And Sinag Sari-Sari is one initiative of Alagang Ayala Land, right? As long as you're part of the Sinag community already, whether it be Elevate or Inclusive, you can be a locator of these retail stores in the Sinag Sari-Sari spaces. And as Janan mentioned a while ago, just one valid ID is enough. Probably you need to have your eyes open in the ID, right?
Okay. One more last question. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Monina Gayaga from the Capas Organic Farmers Producers Cooperative. First of all, I'd like to thank ASEC for including us in this activity. Our cooperative is small, but what we call this, we have had what to call this, the opportunity of being granted by the Barangay Development Council a deed of donation for a piece of land, 18 by 20 square feet. It's just a small area to have our own office building. And recently, because of the partnership of our marketing arm, Good Food Community, who partnered with the Amano Italian restaurant, we were granted a certain amount to start our building. But definitely it's not enough. So I was wondering if it's possible how we could access help to have our own building, because we are the only organic cooperative in Capas. So if you're looking for people and what do you call this, did you say environment? That's us. We were also recently granted by by DOLE as a regional best co-partner for the implementation of their livelihood program. Possible ba yun?
Sorry, in some. In some, ma'am.
Pardon?
She's asking because they have a piece of land and they need to build a structure for their office. They were able to receive some donation, but it's not enough to build the structure. So how is it possible for them to access capital in order to build their office? Is it possible? So maybe, ma'am, I think they will be able to answer your question offline because they need to ask you specific numbers and specific questions because we need to determine whether it's BPI or BPI Banco who will be able to give you capital according to the amount. Thank you very much. Thank you. And with that, because Carlo has closed the session already, we would like oh no, sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so excited to close the session.
Not a question, it's a compliment. Yeah. So I'm actually amazed of the ecosystem that you have created in Philippines in connecting the corporates to the people in need, the organizations and so on. A lot of learning here actually for me today. So I think I'll come back more to Philippines, Dr. Ben, to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. I mean, all these questions and comments truly mean that everyone was listening and everyone was very engaged in this discussion. So thank you truly, Carlo and our panelists. Thank you so much. Do stand up as they will be giving you your certificates and for a photo opportunity. Again, let's give a big round of applause to the Ayala Group of Companies. And happy helpers! Woohoo!
And UNGCNP, of course.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you once again. Ma'am Jinky, marami po kaming witness today. We've landed the contract today. Success. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, with that brings us to the end of our first day. Very full, very exciting, very informative, and a lot of potential for collaboration. A heartfelt thank you for all our speakers, to all our speakers, moderators, and participants for making today so insightful and inspiring. Each session has added invaluable perspective to our shared mission, and we're grateful for your energy and contributions. Please take a few moments to complete our feedback form. So a QR code will be flashing on your screen. Your insights are invaluable as we aim to continuously improve this event, and your responses will also serve as the basis for receiving your e-certificates. So do take some moment to scan the QR code on the screen. Okay? Before we officially wrap up today, we have a very special treat for you. Just like every special occasion, today we will have a same-day edit video capturing today's highlights so we can relive some of our best moments together today. Welcome everyone to the 2024 Philippine Social Enterprise Roadmap Conference.
This conference in Manila is very important, as this is aligned with the SSE advocacy strategy in building the SSE SDGs policy framework in ASEAN.
Today's gathering emphasizes the giant strides we have taken and the long journey still ahead for all of us. Through this conference, we are encouraged to foster mutual learning among ASEAN leaders with the sharing of best practices that can be adapted in our local context.
And the branding that came out of that is Tatak SE. It will unify all the branding efforts that will come from the activities of the roadmap.
We dream a lot of dreams. We talk a lot of talk. But if we combine dreams with action, then a lot of things can actually happen. And we're not doing this just to make ourselves proud of our accomplishment. We're doing this because we are able to help the people of this world that need the help that we are actually providing.
We have to stress the need. That's why we are trying to have this alternative. SSE is an alternative in order to reduce this wealth inequality around the world.
We want social enterprises to grow not just in scope and size, but of course, more importantly, in the impact that they are creating for the nation.
When you talk about an enterprise and you begin to talk about access to finance, access to markets, access to technology, access to policy, you're actually talking about ecosystem.
The focus for 2025 is hoping that the Ayala Group's deep involvement in the SE roadmap serves as the model in making SE development a strategic tool for establishing our ESG mandates in furtherance of the SDGs.
And I hope this conference here will help us increase the level of ASEAN cooperation in mobilizing grassroots communities impacting change.
That outcome of mainstreaming SEs by year 5, we've spent the first 2 years really putting in the building blocks for addressing the needs while attaining the objectives of the roadmap. We spent year 2 growing it. Year 3 will really be about multiplying the work that we do, the pilots that we've done. Year 4 will be about scaling.
When we say, kasama ka sa pag-unlad, it is not just a slogan. It is a promise we actively pursue and strive to consistently maintain, who will journey with them through all of life's many challenges.
At NYSEA, we are driven to contribute to further building the structures and institutions that support the different segments of social enterprises in the country. We believe these will make growth even more inclusive and sustainable.
And I think as a social entrepreneur, the more we can get these different sectors all working together is going to be the only way forward so that we have everybody moving in the right direction.
Partnership at the people below with the local government is very, very important. I hope they will grow in strength. We can have a network of networks, and then 1 million more enterprises.
Perhaps the SE leadership could look into and be part in the discussion. CDA looks into a situation wherein cooperativism will be the primary driving force in the economic of our society.
One of the things in sustainable development goals is the realization of grassroots communities as ones that can address the theme of leaving no one behind.
Together, let us usher in a brighter future for our communities and ensure that no one is left behind.
And this is what we should do, really. Put our hands together, put our brains together, and come up with better things to improve all our countries and learn from each other.
Okay, I do hope you enjoyed that video. As you can see, it was a really, really full and enjoyable day as we look back to what transpired. At this point, we officially conclude the first day of our conference. We look forward to seeing everyone back tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning, this same room, and hopefully we can have another impactful day. Many, many thanks and good afternoon, everyone.